Be the judge. 6. Bai Yan could already guess the answer after seeing their faces. For that, guilt was all she had to feel for the situation because she owes that man way too much and couldn't return any of those feelings. Let us go. Jingqi, first, pats her shoulder with a bittersweet smile. Although we are eager to have you accept the young lord's feeling, but we also know love cannot be forced. Regardless of what you choose, us three will always support you. Shifu, overflowing with warmth in the heart, Bai Yan makes a genuine smile at their support. You three will always be my Shifu too, now and forever. Ha ha ha. Jingqi laughs aloud. What more can we ask for when you're going that far? Come, we will go see the Lord. He was just mentioning you not long ago, saying he's wondering when you will come back to see him. Inside a room, the table here was a total mess while Chu Yi continued to nibble on the chicken leg in her hand. Due to this act, her mouth has become covered in fatty oil while the handsome middle-aged man across the table eyed her consciously with a pang of drunkenness in the face. Pa, did you call for Bai Yan to come back yet? Casually tossing the half-eaten bone to the floor, the young girl locks onto the wine bottle in her old man's protective hand. Not missing this thieving look in his own daughter's face, Lord Chu Ran directly sends a knock on the girl's head with his knuckle and covered up the lid with a cork to stop any chances of a theft. This is something Jingqi, first, spent a lot of effort to get me. I have already given you a sip earlier, don't even think about stealing the rest from your pa. Shooting a warning look, Chu Ran's face told the lass that he will knock her again if those oily fingers so much as moved an inch closer. Also, Bai Yan should be coming back within the next few days according to the elder's word. Oh. Chu Yi's petite face promptly bloomed a shining grin as her eyes lit up. That's wonderful. I have to write a letter to brother so he knows when to come back. Although Bai Yan has already accepted Di Tsang to be her partner, but this troublemaker knows her older brother only needs a glance to be satisfied. Therefore, a sister must do what a sister should, and that's making opportunities whenever possible. When Chu Ran was about to comment some more, an old attendant had hurried through the door and interrupted their conversation. Cupping his fist, the senior spoke, Lord, Princess, Elder Jingqi and Miss Bai Yan is here. Though everyone in the public was now aware of Jingqi and his two brothers taking in a disciple after Bai Changfeng's birthday at the medicine sect, that still doesn't mean they know who exactly this individual was. For this personal attendant of Lord Chu Ran though, the master of the Holy Land, he's one of the few who's truly privy to this secret long before everyone else. What? She's back. So fast. Lord Chu Ran jerks up from his seat in a panic. In response to the mess on the table, this man quickly cleared it out with a wave of his sleeve and stuffed everything into the storage bag. Following that he also brought out a clean robe to drape over his dirty clothes to cover up the stains, all the while not forgetting to take a pill to remove the drunkenness from his face. Chu Yi on the other hand was not as clever as her old pa there. Completely unable to react to this quick movement, she was still covered in food oil and her clothes were filthy dirty like it's been run through a dumpster. Did you forget she has a phobia for cleanliness? Seeing the dull look on his own daughter, Chu Ran reminds the girl with that whispering comment to urge her to move it. Sadly, it was already too late. Just as Chu Yi was about to get up from the table, Bai Yan and Jingqi had just so happened to walk through the doorway. First thing they saw was the disgusting picture of the girl's rancid appearance. Furrowing her brow, Bai Yan spoke first, Yi, it's not enough that you've polluted your own room, now you're also defiling the Lord's room. Giving the air a sniff around the girl's body as well, her mouth inexplicably lowers into a frown. Did you drink? Have you already forgotten the last time you got drunk? You almost burned down my holy island. No, it's not like this, it's my pa. Now the poor lass didn't even get to cry foul because she's been caught red-handed. Also, it's not like Chu Ran was just going to stand on one side to let his daughter drag him into this hot mess either. The father who sells his own daughter out, what did I teach you before? A lady needs to be dignified. Not only are you gobbling up meat without manner, you're also drinking. This is unacceptable. Chu Ran speaks in such a righteous manner that it's hard to rebuke his words. I only drank a. Stupefied in the face, Chu Yi didn't know what to say more. What? You drank a whole pot. Chu Ran angrily points at the girl's clothing like he's accusing her of doing something criminal. How can you even try to make excuses when you drank a whole pot? To think my own daughter would be so wild when I'm not paying attention. In particular is your nerve to drink in my room, now it's filled with the smell of alcohol. How am I supposed to sleep tonight? There's an incredible disbelief in the girl's eye as she stared at her old paw suddenly. A strong impulse of wanting to cry takes hold inside. I only took a sip, why is paw framing me? Bai Yan, is there something the matter in coming to see me? Chu Ran turns to face the woman. From the original stern face he used against his own daughter, his expression now was soft and kind. This girl has always tried to hide away from me ever since I attempted to hook her up with my son. If she's not needing something, then there's no way she would come of her own. Lord, remember what you said when I came out of the mini domain. I wish to enter the main one to continue my training. May I go in? In fact, of the 4 years she spent at the Holy Land, 2 of which was spent training in that place. If not for the fact that she misses her younger brother Bai Xiao dearly and went back to find him, she would have continued on to the main one right away. Chu Ran was a little surprised and perplexed by the request. You want to enter the holy domain? That's right. Firm in her tone, Bai Yan's face showed no sign of fear or hesitation. Sighing at this sight, Lassie, I did say you can enter the real holy domain, but you must understand that the danger also increases exponentially. Compared to the mini version you entered, it's hundreds of times worse. I do admit though, when there's danger and wealth usually comes hand in hand, there's no better way than enhancing your strength in this manner. Looking up to face the woman's eye, Lord Chu Ran's voice became solemn and stern. Also, the time flow inside there is unlike the outside, it's much slower. If you spend a year in there, then it's only a month out here. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Bai Yan did not answer right away because she didn't know about the fluctuating time flow. I need an answer that you are certain of. Do you really want to go in there despite all the dangers involved? Softening up in his voice on this part, the man's face was neither aggressive nor rude. Yes. All right, I will respect your choice here, but know that it will take a lot of time to open the entrance to the holy domain. Slowly coming up to Bai Yan to give her a pat on the shoulder, Chu Ran's tone sounded regretful. I've always treated you like my daughter-in-law, but now that you're married to someone else. No matter, you will always be my daughter. Lord, moved by those words, Bai Yan almost couldn't hold back a trickle of tear from how moved she felt. These people here have done nothing but treat herself and her son good. Chu Ran chuckled at this image. I won't bother you with the unimportant stuff, just know that I have always wanted a capable daughter like you. If Yi could even be half as good as you, then I won't have to be so worried all the time. Definitely hearing that last comment about herself, Chu Yi didn't even know who to cry to about her woes. Am I that unwanted? I knew it, someone else's child will always be better than their own, that's why Pa's belittling me so much. Frame 1, oomph. Making a dry cough to lighten up the mood, Xingqi finally decides to speak. Lord, I have another matter I like to report. What's the matter? This time I want to recommend Yan Yan as the judge for this event. Do you think it's a good idea? Xingqi's proposal actually made the middle-aged lord go mute. Pondering for a while, the person turns to the woman herself. Lass, do you want to accept your Shifu's proposal? How long does it take to open the entrance to the domain? And how long is the recruitment conference? She asks with deep thoughts running through those eyes. It takes more than a month to open up a portal to the holy domain, that's more than enough time to finish the recruitment tests for sure. Okay, flashing a strange light in those irises, the woman's lip had curved into a smirk for some reason. I will take over as the judge for this event. Ha, Chu Ran laughs and pats her shoulder again. Now I can be relieved with you as the judge. Follow Bai Yen and gain some experience. Do not stray from her side and make sure to follow her directions to point, understand? Chu appeared to be very aggrieved at the moment because she still hasn't forgotten how her father just framed herself. Just when the girl wanted to cry out to defend herself, Chu Ran had already shot her a warning look. The meaning was very simple: sell me out and you're done for. Perhaps it's how terrible that look was, but the troublemaker actually cowered for once. Shaking her head like a rocking drum, she didn't say anything like instructed. A humph. Jingqi coughs again to gain their attention. Since we're finished with what we came to ask, then we will take our leave first. I still have something to ask my student here in private. Arching his old fist, the elder pulled Bai Yen along until they are completely out of sight. Relieved at the close call, Chu Ran immediately breaks out into a grin like his own daughter does when she's done something bad. In a wave of his sleeve, the dishes that he hid away was now back on the table. Let's continue. Laughing heartily, he smoothly takes a seat to warrant a disgruntled face from the girl. Forget it, I'm going to look for Bai Yen. Wait. Seeing how quickly the lass was moving, Chu Ran promptly cried out, remember what I told you. If you sell me out, then I'll marry you off in the coming day. I'm sure there are plenty of nice young men around with the test happening. Almost tripping over herself when listening to that ridiculous comment, this troublemaker of course wouldn't have the courage to sell her own father out. Like old like young, their similarity was uncanny. In the coming days, the private grounds of the Holy Land have become much noisier compared due to the large influx of people. In order to not allow this ruckus to disturb the disciples that's already inside training, the attendees were all gathered on the outer rim inside one courtyard for easy management. At this time, a certain lady was anxiously pacing back and forth inside a little room with her gorgeously red dress when the door was pushed open. Big cousin, what did your mentor say? Did he agree to help us? Lin Yahan sighed helplessly when facing his younger cousin. Hui Yun, I'm afraid this time I won't be able to help you. In that instant, the ecstatic expression on the lady's face had frozen over. Why cousin, your mentor's status is exceptionally high here, how come he won't help us? Or is he unwilling? Frame, too, cousin, you misunderstood what I mean. It's not that my mentor doesn't want to help you. Rather something unexpected has happened. The judge for the test has been changed to someone else. That individual is so mysterious that I can't even find out who it is after spending all morning asking around. Bittersweet in the face, Lin Yahan honestly thought the matter would be easily handled with his connections. Who could have thought it would make a sudden twist at the end? Upon this explanation, the lady herself wasn't looking so good either. No one knows herself better. Unlike the talented geniuses from the other sects, she herself was nothing but a fraud. What talent and ability to tame snakes? They're all boastful lies made by her own sect. For example, this silvery snake around her wrist was subdued by an elder and then handed to herself. If not for the accessories around her body that could suppress others' ability to examine her true strength, the public would have long exposed herself. Now imagine someone poking fun at her in front of the public. That's equivalent to playing with dynamite, hence the reason she's so obsessed with removing Bai Yen. Cousin, can you help inquire about that judge then? As long as I know who that person is, then I'm sure I can get them to help me. Tightly gripping her fist, Hui Yun raises her hopeful face to meet those eyes. Looking at his little cousin's pitiful appearance, the young man just couldn't help but shake his head. The Holy Land is very confidential about the identity, and my mentor doesn't even know where that person came from. Also, you would never guess, the princess of the Holy Land will be attending the test as her aide. Hui Yun was shocked by this news. If even that evil princess is only worthy of being her aide, then what kind of background does that one has? However, you don't have to worry. Aside from the mysterious judge and the princess, there are some other disciples helping them as well. As it so happens, I know one of them and have a good relationship. Through him, I can guarantee your selection. Raising those lips, Lin Yahan makes a smile he believes to be quite handsome. After all, no one person can take into account of the entire test. When none is looking, I'll make my move and have you win. Huiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Punching the young man's chest like a shy little maiden, "Cousin, I'm so happy you thought of everything for me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Making me all worried and stuff. By the way, do you know that woman's identity yet, the one I told you about?" Feeling the soft tender hand against his own flesh, then seeing that pristinely white skin around the girl's neck that's almost showing the coveted part, Lin Yahan gulps hard. "I've had my people check on her already. Don't worry Huiyun, your big cousin here won't let you down. Of course, I will always have confidence in you big cousin. You have never let me down before." Hanging that head low like she's all shy and stuff, "Just that I hope you can help me make that woman disappear during the selection. I don't want to meet her and her son." Ha ha ha. Laughing, Lin Yahan went ahead to begin caressing the girl's hand. "Don't worry Huiyun, I will do my best. Though I can't directly dismiss that woman due to them all having some sort of background, however." Frame 3, slightly narrowing in his eyes, a flash of coldness flickers in the man's iris. "I have a way to make that woman lose her reputation and standing. Once that's done, it will be easy to expel her from the Holy Land. By then she won't be able to compete with you anymore. Nothing but a woman, I can easily deal with her since I'm a disciple here. No one will be able to displease my little cousin here." In no time at all, 3 days had come and went just like that. For those coming to attend, they are now gathered at the venue awaiting the start of the test. Among those standing out the most had to be Huiyun due to the large entourage she gathered around herself. She exuded the air of proudness, yet cold and distant like a figure of superior status. Nevertheless, the facade on the outside could never hide the impatience on that face. "Miss." Suddenly, the maid to the lady's side speaks up, "That woman is coming." Shooting her attention over to the indicated direction, Huiyun could see the mentioned woman and 2 adorable-looking children. Under the glistening ray of the afternoon sun, the woman was gorgeous and mesmerizing in that rosy red dress, a true fit. Meanwhile the little boy holding the left hand wasn't so bad either. Donning a purple robe of noble air, it's hard to imagine why such a small child could produce such strong momentum. As to the young missy that's holding the right hand, she's sweet and pretty to look at. Anyone seeing this picture would simply want to be melted away by that cuteness. This woman is finally here. Darkening in the face until it's somewhat menacing, "Do you remember what I told you before?" The maid nodded hurriedly. "Of course milady, I remember everything very clearly." "Good." Huiyun sneers, "Cousin is right, this woman deserves to have her reputation ruined." Just as Bai Yan was in the middle of leading her 2 little kids up to the main stage to oversee the test, a sudden sarcastic voice had caught her ear. "Some people are really shameless nowadays. Even though they are without true skill or ability, they still want to participate in the test. And to think they would try to bribe the judges' people just so they can be selected. How can such people be so dumb to think the members of the Holy Land are that easy to be bribed?" Bai Yan's forehead immediately furrowed up as she came to a stop. Loosening her grip around the 2 kids' hand, she swings around to lock eyes with the owner of that voice, the maid. "Just now, are you talking about me?" The maid scoffs, clearly unfazed by the attention. "Am I wrong? I personally saw you trying to bribe a disciple earlier. Where do you think we are? How can a member of the Holy Land be bribed by the likes of you?" Xiao Ling. Not giving Bai Yan a chance to speak, Huiyun pretends to cut her own maid off by asking for more details. "What do you mean by those words?" The maid that's known as Xiao Ling complied just like planned. "Milady, it's like this. Earlier when I was out getting something for you, I saw this woman trying to bribe one of the Holy Land's disciple and even tried to use her own body to tempt the poor guy. Of course, I picked up the reasoning is so she can be selected during the test. I truly can't stand for such filth and refuse to let someone so low to be in the same event as you, milady. That's why I'm exposing her before the public. Frame 4. This story has been rehearsed by these two countless times already. Naturally they wouldn't mess it up. Couple this with their distasteful expression, everyone around quickly fell victim to their words. What? Huiyun looked shocked on the face as she cupped her mouth like she's just heard the most incredible thing. Slightly shaky in her body to add weight, those eyes are unabatingly disgusted. You, how could you do such a thing? Your sect must be ashamed of you. Many among the crowd had started to exclaim as well. In that instant, just about everyone nearby Yan's location had pushed backwards like she's some sort of scourge and would taint them as well just by being close. Dragony didn't take this well at all when watching their negative outlook. Almost beet red from the unabated anger she felt, the little missy was ready to lash out and tear off the maid's mouth when a hand reached over to stop her. Prince, looking aggrieved in the face, the young lady didn't forget to shoot a vicious glare over to the maid while speaking. Unlike his friend here, Bai Xiaochen didn't get flustered at all. In fact, his foxy eyes were looking rather amused like he's scheming a plan of his own. Don't be so impulsive, Dragony, just wait and watch. These people want to frame Mother. They should have confirmed what sort of background we have first. You just said I bribed a disciple? Then I like to ask where that individual is. Why don't you call him out to attest to your story? Donning a shallow smile, Bai Yan's face locks eyes with Huiyun despite the maid being the one that's calling out. Too dumb to realize her own doom was coming, the ignorant lady actually signaled her own maid to step forward. Sir Liu, can you please come out to testify? Such a woman should not be allowed to tarnish the sanctity of the Holy Land. In that moment, a young man donning a charismatic smile had come walking down from the main stage. Originally I didn't want to say more in this matter, after all, it's too disgraceful for everyone that's involved. The man known as Lu Han steps out to speak in a righteous way that left many unable to doubt those words, but, since this maid has the courage to step forward for justice, I of course will also come out to testify. Slowly but surely, Lu Han's eyes had fallen upon Bai Yan's face where he began to openly frown. Lady, I know you are not talented and is anxious to be selected, but I, Lu Han, am not going to do something so underhanded by selling out my own conscience. I like to ask you to leave of your own volition lest I get someone to do so in your stead. There's hardly any smile left on the surface, in fact it's now stern and angry. This uncle. Out of nowhere a milky and childish voice cuts in, causing the already frowning Lu Han to look down where his eyes discovered the little steam bun at the front. Uncle, did your mother not teach you lying is bad and will make your future miserable? Lu Han's face promptly changed for the worse. Turning ugly, no wonder the mother has that kind of virtue, this child is so rude. I guess what they say is true, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The little steam bun didn't get angry though, only deepening his smile like a cunning fox. Uncle, I'm only giving you a kind reminder that bad people will get a miserable fate if they lie. If one is not lying then naturally the idea wouldn't apply to them. What are you being so afraid of? Though smiling brightly on that face, it's somehow scary and frightening. Also, you are vilifying my mother while in front of a young child, yet I still remain polite and call you an uncle, so who is the uneducated one here? Frame 5. The crowd at the moment was extremely quiet, so quiet that they could even hear a pin drop. These people would never doubt the disciples of the Holy Land, but the child was always polite as he said. On this point, the maternal hearts among them were one with ease. After leaving this remark, Bai Xiaochen turns away to return to his mother's side, that face raising a happy-go-lucky face. I have already warned him, mother, but it doesn't look like he's heeding my words. So, you don't need to be polite to him. Rubbing her boy's head at that sensible sentence, Bai Yan returns her sight to one that's known as Lu Han. I'll give you another chance, do you stand by your words? That roused a slight change in the young man's face. What does this woman mean? But thinking back to how turbulent the Holy Land has been recently, the greediness came out on top in the end. Gritting his teeth, I never lie. To be perfectly clear, this wasn't the first time Lu Han had taken bribes, that's been done more than once in the past. The fact that he was somehow fortunate enough to avoid the cleansing a while ago showed the good days are numbers. Therefore, plans must be made for the future, and taking even more bribes was his answer. Alright, the chance has been given, it was you who didn't take it. Whatever happens afterward is your own choice. Smiling darkly at this individual, Bai Yan didn't bother to hide the contempt she had in those eyes. This immediately causes Lu Han to go dumb for a second. He didn't know why, but a rippling effect was drumming at his heart, causing him to feel uncomfortably anxious. Lu Yan, a core disciple under Elder Qin Hong's mentorship, and is responsible for the weapons assignment for this test. So are the weapons the reason I tried to bribe you before? The young man nods quickly. Yes, you not only wanted me to assign you the best weapon, but also tamper with the other contestants as well. Don't look down at me, I would never do such a thing to betray the Holy Land. Anyone who enters the Holy Land had already been stripped of their belongings at the entrance. Now if they are to use any tools or weapons, it would have to be assigned to them from the authorities to ensure fairness. It's just that. Bai Yan's sudden chuckle had left everyone wondering what's so funny at the moment. And then you also said my strength is too poor, so even a godly artifact would be useless in my hands, is that right? It's true, one's power must be from within and not from some tool crafted by another. For example, a novice could never wield the true strength of a godly artifact, while a veteran master could easily wipe the floor with an opponent if they so much as have a dagger. Lu Han was now completely dumbfounded. He just realized something very off about the whole conversation. The main reason being the fact that this woman knew he's in charge of the weapons assignment. Aside from those at the heart of the Holy Land, no one else should be able to know his duties unless they are involved with the event itself. Elder Qin Hong still hasn't come yet. Go get him to come see me now. Smirking menacingly now with that frosted gaze, Bai Yan's air suddenly intensified as she gave the command. Aside from Chu Yi acting as the aide, Xing Qi also assigned 2 core disciples to help with the menial tasks. So, imagine Bai Yan suddenly discovering this outlandish predicament where she's being framed by the one that's supposed to be helping her. She is the mysterious judge, one. It was then at this moment a delicate voice rears out from the back, bringing the previous noisy area into a calm silence again. What are you all doing around here? A girl wearing a yellow-colored dress appears quite annoyed and unhappy at the gathered crowd. The members of the Holy Land here today may not have met Bai Yan before due to the secretive nature of her existence, but they definitely knew who this little princess was. Sure enough, the closer bunch immediately spread apart to make a straight opening line for her entrance. No longer bothering with the confrontation, Lu Han's somewhat handsome face showed a flattering smile. Princess, Mentor Qin Hong, Elder Chong Ling, you are all come. When should we start the test? Now. Chu Yi playfully arches her brow and turns toward Bai Yan's location. However, she was interrupted by Lu Han's voice again. But princess, aren't we going to wait for the judge? Showing a puzzled face. But she's already here, who else are you intending to wait for? These people are so strange. Bai Yan is clearly here already, who else are they planning to wait for? Popping his eyes, Lu Han didn't know what to make of this. The judge is already here. How come I didn't get the message? Acting like she didn't see the shocked expression on the man, Chu Yi makes a bright yet embarrassed smile at the mentioned woman. Sorry Bai Yan, I'm late. Can we start now? Originally Lu Han was still searching the crowd for the mysterious judge, but upon noticing the girl's directed gaze and Bai Yan's words from before, a terrifying notion then starts to bloom from within. That's right, he's afraid, fearful even. It's so bad that he couldn't even move his leg and could only tremble like a nervous wreck. Mentor Ching Hong, this woman is, the middle-aged man known as Ching Hong didn't quite understand this disciple's odd question. Showing a rather frank face, he reveals the truth by nodding, she is the judge. What, you didn't know? Though light and without intention with his voice, the message was equivalent to a hammer smashing down at their hearts. The most affected had to be Hui Yun, who pushed for all this. If not for the maid next to herself, this lady who had a poisonous heart would have already collapsed to the ground. This can't be, this woman isn't here to take the test, but to judge it. No. Gripping her hand until it's an unhealthy white, one would find it difficult to comprehend the sort of emotions this girl must be experiencing. Wait a minute. Bai Yan raises a hand to stop Chu Yi from pulling her up the stage. Instead she locks eye with the accuser using that dangerous smile. Didn't you say I'm under-talented? This one sentence alone was enough to leave the princess choking in the throat. She was already confused to begin with, but now she's just shocked. Under-talented? If Bai Yan is under-talented, then there won't be any talented out there in this world. Pressing closer with each drawing step, Bai Yan's appearance grew more and more dangerous from the naked eye. You said I tried to bribe you with my body in order to be selected, did you not? Mouth gaped open, Chu Yi had her eyes popping. I only came a few minutes late, how did something so big happen in that short period? She is the mysterious judge, too. Forced to step back, Lu Han's forehead had now become covered in beads of sweat while his legs trembled profusely. Then, without giving the young man a chance to come up with an excuse, Chu Yi's following words instantly warranted the smell of urine between his crotch. How dare you, Lu Yan? It was not easy to convince Bai Yan to act as the judge for this event. What gave you the audacity to frame her? Besides, even if every single one of you joined forces, she will still wipe the floors with you all, yet you got the nerve to criticize her talent. Who gave you the guts? Bai Yan. As his head slowly creaked towards the woman, then down at the little steam bun, those eyes suddenly widened in unbelievable horror. Back then Lu Han only connected the dots of Bai Yan being the judge, but now Chu Yi's outcry had caused him to recall many things. The main one being the name, because he's heard some rumors before prior to today's event. Like how the owner of the Holy Island was the granddaughter of Lord Bai of the Medicine, and that the person always has a lovely-looking son running around. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect to meet the pair. In fact, he's still having trouble believing his own eyes at the moment. While the young man was trying to squirm himself out of existence, the others present weren't all that much better. The crowd almost didn't want to look over in Bai Yan's direction merely for the fact that they believed those lies. It couldn't be helped. Anyone could see this woman and her son's status wasn't normal, probably extremely high considering the fact that the Holy Land's princess would act as her aide. Princess, I know my wrong, I really know it. Fiercely banging his own head against the floor as tears flowed out of his eye, it was Lin Yahan, it was he who wanted me to do this. I'm only a helper, the real culprit is him. Lin Yahan. Tightening that forehead until it's a knot, Chu Yi caresses her chin. Who is this Lin Yahan? He's also a core disciple of the Holy Land, and he's under the same mentor as me. Oh. Then that's easy, abolish him along with you before expulsion. We don't need this kind of presence in the Holy Land. Waving her hand to signal the guards, the girl's word was law and directly dictated their future. How did I do? All mischievous in the face, the girl definitely wanted to be praised. You can decide based on your judgment. That won't do. Puckering her lips, Chu Yi refuses to do as she pleases. My pa told me to listen to you. If I start doing as I please, then he will definitely beat me afterwards. The girl's word couldn't be any more obvious. If she as the princess must obey Bai Yan's will, then what chance does these disciples have? Simply a word to her old pa would be enough to bring on a punishment far worse than being expelled. Hidden among the crowd was Lin Yahan at this timing. The bastard's been trying to keep a low profile while watching the entire thing unfold, but now that it's taking a turn for the worse, this guy immediately wanted to make a run for it only to be blocked off at the first step. She is the mysterious judge, 3, looming dangerous above Lin Yuhan, who has now been pushed onto the ground before herself. Chu Yi appeared intimidating and dangerous. I thought we had eliminated all of the corrupt variables in my home when Elder Jingqi made a cleansing last time. To think we missed a few still. The Holy Land would never allow unfairness, nor would we allow any form of fraud or bribery. Sister Yi, Bai Xiachen takes a couple of steps forward to speak. This Lin Yuhan is that bad auntie's cousin. I believe they're in on this together and the instructions are from her as well. Despite being so young and tender, the boy's face already showed a dominance akin to his old man. Falling into a panic at being called out, Wei Yun hurriedly turns to her own big cousin for help using those teary eyes. No, this has nothing to do with my younger cousin, Lin Yuhan calls out with forced words. Everything was orchestrated by me. She has nothing to do with this and didn't know what I did. Princess, please give me a chance. The greatest punishment, even if he's exposed, would be expulsion at most, but if his cousin there gets involved, then it won't be that simple. For example, the girl's father would never let her off after she returns to the Fiery Flames sect. Plop. The maid that's involved had also gotten to her knees by this stage. Banging her head against the cold hard floor, blood was quickly seeping out from the forehead and staining the marble tiles over the intense force. Everything is just like Sir Yuhan says, this has nothing to do with my lady here and is our fault only. I was the one who went to him because I wanted to get even for my lady. Streaking with tears in the face, this maid carried a look of self-destruction. If I carry all of the responsibility, then at most it's just my death, but if the lady here also gets harmed, then my brother at the Fiery Flames sect will also be killed. Seeing how these two people are willing to take the blame off her shoulder, Wei Yun naturally became relieved inside. Making a pretentious face of apology, Lady, I know you have a deep misunderstanding of me, and it's true my maid is at fault this time because of my failure in disciplining her. However, I have always lived my life on a morally high standard. I hope you can stop your son from framing me. Her words were earnest and hopeful, like she's truly being wronged. So you want to stay and continue the test? Raising a smirk, Bai Yan remains unfazed at having her son being called a liar. Is that right? Hui Yun's not dumb, she's just foolish. Since her big cousin in the Holy Land was now screwed, it's easy to imagine what her results would be later on. But the situation wouldn't permit her to back off. If she does, then too many red flags would be raised. Yes. Nodding like she's agreeing, Bai Yan now focuses her attention to the trinket around the girl's neck. I'm fine with that. However, I need you to take off that pendant around your neck first before continuing. What? Popping her eyes in disbelief, Wei Yun's heart was flustered and a mess. How could she know? Miss, this pendant is a momentum my mother left me before her death. Drooping her head like she's reminiscing a sad memory, the girl sure knows how to act. She told me never to take it off for her sake, otherwise it will be a disrespect to her soul. Please don't make me do something so unfilial to my deceased mother. She is the mysterious judge, for, under normal circumstances, the disciples of the Holy Land would only secretly take bribes or commit fraud when possible, never would they openly commit the crimes. What's more, this was happening right before everyone's eye. There's no way this woman would forcibly remove her pendant and tarnish the great name she's part of. Or so that's what Hui Yun believed anyways. But who's Chu Yi? She's the widely recognized scourge of this world, what doesn't this troublemaker dare to do? So, when the princess rudely and forcefully tore off the trinket from her neck, Hui Yun was honestly dumbfounded. If Bai Yan wants you to take off the pendant, then you will take it off. Why are you spouting so much nonsense for? Almost vicious in her voice, Chu Yi growled like a lion. Towards this behavior, everyone present were truly at a loss for words because they're too stunned. They only knew how to show sympathy towards Hui Yun because none of them dares to step forward to reprimand that act. It's over, this time I'm done for. This isn't right. I heard the big lady of the Fiery Flames sect is already at the king rank and is the most talented individual among the younger generation aside from those in the 3 power. Why is her strength only at the middle level of the earth rank? Regarding this level of cultivation, an earth rank was neither high nor low. For example, Bai Yan's former fiancée, Nan Gongyi, before her arrival into this world was exactly at that rank. For a second-rate kingdom, that level of talent was already in the grounds of being called a genius among the mundane. However, this was the test for the Holy Land's admission, one of the 3 major powers of this world. There's no way such a pitiful individual would be allowed to come attend. This genius is a fake. Many murmuring voices had started to erupt among the attendees, fully aware of what this notion implies. Bai Yan speaks up again with her derisive smile. As far as I know, those coming to participate in the admission test must be at least in the upper level of the earth rank. She's not even able to meet the minimum threshold, there's no reason for her to be here, is there? Although Zheng Qi, first, sent the invite slips to the major schools and sects, but that doesn't mean there aren't certain requirements for those attending. First and foremost would of course be the minimum cultivation at the upper level of the earth rank. Now for one that couldn't even reach this basic standard to be standing here, that's a question many would like to get an answer for. Qing Hong, what's going on here? Seeing how Bai Yan's pressing her for an answer, Chu Yi did the next best thing and threw the question over to the 2 who came with herself. She's very aggressive with that fist forked against the waist, the perfect image of an unreasonable lady who demands answer at every moment. Sweating now as well, Qing Hong responds in earnest despite his nervousness. The one who went to screen the attendees were Elder Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Who the heck is he? Chu Yi asks angrily. Qing Hong promptly got to his knees. He's an elder who's also in charge of mentoring the students. He's in the same division as I am in. Lin Yahan is mostly learning under him when me and some of the other tutors are not around. An uproar erupts from those gathered here almost instantly. Lin Yahan himself was also shivering uncontrollably. He knows, this time he's done for along with the mentor he's been relying on so much until today. She is the mysterious judge, 5, have him crawl over here to see me. Furrowing that brow, Chu Yi's expression showed a trace of unhappiness. Then just as her people were leaving to carry that out, she stops then out of nowhere again. Wait, I change my mind, don't bring him to me and send him directly to Zheng Qi instead. Let those 3 dispose of him as they like. Yes, princess. One of the guards readily complies without any show of emotional change. They're so used to this that it has become normal for them. And you, the troublemaker, points to another guard next to herself, take this Luo Han and Lin Yahan away for later disposal. It's not enough that you bunch are committing frauds and throwing briberies around, but how dare you try to frame Bai Yan? This is your own fault for going after those who you never should. Lin Yahan had gone numb already after this twist in his own fate. Paralyzed on the ground, he closes his eyes and opens them again like he's given up. It looks like I'm unable to help my cousin this time. Princess, Miss Bai Yan. Bypassing the instigators of all this, the 3rd perpetrator Lu Han started to bang his head in front of the 2 ladies. I know my wrong, I really know it now. Please spare me this one time, I'll do anything to make up for this. Spare you? Bai Yan's expression was that of contempt and ridicule towards the kowtowing man. What do you think would happen if I wasn't the judge of this test? Wouldn't your scheme have worked? Stunned for words, Lu Han couldn't refute that claim. If Bai Yan was merely an ordinary person who came to take the entrance exam, then yes, his lies would have destroyed her reputation and name. I believe I don't need to say any more on what the outcome would have been like. Using her feet, Bai Yan ruthlessly stomps down at Lu Han's head to press him firmly to the dirt like the filth that he was. It's precisely because of people like you who try to manipulate things in the shadow that the Holy Land has lost so many excellent prospects in the past. And now you want me to spare you. Whether it be the Misty Fairy House, Medicine Sect or Holy Land, they're all her home. As someone who's protective of those close to herself, Bai Yan would never allow any dangerous or negative variables to remain while under her watch. Bang! Sending a huge kick across Lu Han's face, Bai Yan's assault directly causes the man's body to start somersaulting across the air and impacting hard against a pillaring column. It's brutally painful just from looking at it, so let's not imagine how much damage it must have caused based on the blood pouring out of that mouth. And as if the first hit wasn't enough, the man was absolutely horrified when he glanced upwards to find the reddish figure of the woman floating right up to his face. He wanted to resist out of instinct to survive, but his body had already been so injured that he couldn't even budge. Pop! Flexing her fingers into a hook-like shape, Bai Yan claws down at that shoulder and made a snapping gesture. In that instant, the sound of brittle bone breaking had sent the crowd flinching. It also didn't help that the heart-lunging scream coming out of the man's throat was ear-piercingly loud. Making an example of this individual, Bai Yan then shifts her sword-like gaze over to the surrounding people. If I find another case like this among anyone here, he will be the model in which you can expect for yourself. Without so much as a warning, a beam of light shoots out of Bai Yan's fingertip and into Lu Han's stomach and straight into his dantian. That was it, the man's core was now crushed and destroyed, forever crippling him and leaving him no more than a mortal without any power. She is the mysterious judge. 6. Miss, someone among the crowd meekly raises a hand. What if someone is cheating for personal gains and is not found? Good question. Bai Yan grins at the smart individual. I most definitely won't allow any form of cheating under my supervision. However, I also know I cannot always be the judge of these examinations. In order to curb such things from happening in the future, anyone who discovers any unfair disadvantage is free to report it an elder of the Holy Land. If someone is found guilty of the crime, then the punishment will be the same as this fool right here. Of course, the complaint would have to be investigated first. If found true and the person did receive a bribe, or something just as bad, the end result wouldn't be as simple as being expelled from the Holy Land anymore. The more severe cases might even be punishment by death. The disciples that are present all shuddered at the notion of what that warning meant. They're all smart people if they're able to enter this great power. So, the first thought running through their heads were to either clean up their act and cancel any plans they had prior, or to simply continue their clean hands as always for those on the righteous end. Qing Hong, Bai Yan shoots a sharp stare over to this middle-aged man who's partly responsible for the corruption. You better look after your subordinates and students from now on. Though you aren't personally involved in this case, but Lu Han and Lin Yahan are still under your watch. If there's a next time, the consequences will apply to you as well. There's a dark undertone to that voice, leaving everyone slightly rattled and nervous. As the old saying goes, when one wants to remove a weed, you don't just rip off the grass on the surface, you take out the roots. Yes, he cups his hand in compliance. Though Qing Hong himself may have kept a calm expression on the outside, but his back had already been drenched in sweat. I will not let this sort of thing happen again. My name will be on this, I promise. Good. That said, Bai Yan's attention shifts back to the foolish girl and her maid. Stirring up a smirk, big lady of the fiery flame sect now is it? Nearly collapsing to the ground as her muscles went numb, Hui Yun had to cling as hard as she could to the maid in order to support herself. I don't want to see the people of the fiery flame sect from now on. Starting this point forward, any event organized by the Holy Land is off limits to the members of that sect. The order has already doomed the fiery flame sect. Bai Yan may not have directly issued the destruction of that power, but the other factions and schools would surely distance themselves from them. Without connection and support, it would just be a matter of time before they decline and disappear. Understanding the consequences of her own actions, Hui Yun's heart grew exceptionally anxious and fearful. Tearing up in the eyes, "Miss, please. Although I used some underhanded means to come to the Holy Land, I did not do anything else worthy for such harsh punishment of my school. Please have mercy and forgive us. If father finds out the things I did here, then he will never let me off once I go back. Misery will be the least of my worry. So you're still insisting the matter of framing me is not related to you?" Bai Yan could see the sympathetic faces that still siding with this lying bitch. "Let me guess, the maid still has family living at the Fiery Flame sect, correct? Unfortunately for you though, finding out where her family is would be no more than a whim of mine. Whether or not they sink along with the Fiery Flame sect or leave to live a new life is their choice, but don't think for a second I will be fooled by your words or lies. Please take my uncle." "One," the maid dashes over, her face full of urgency. "Please save my brother. I'll tell you everything if you save my brother. Miss is the one who told me to frame you, it was her. She used my brother to threaten me, saying I must do as she says if I want my brother to be safe. That's the main reason why I took responsibility. I needed to keep my brother out from harm." "You shut up." Lashing out from shameful anger, Luo Yun quickly came up to her maid and slapped the girl across the face. "If you say another word, then I'll make you regret it." The maid may have blabbed the truth out in a momentary rush, but the fact that she's still dreadfully afraid of Hui Yun remains true. However, the urge to save her one and only brother continues to burn strong, so she didn't relent. Becoming firm in the voice now instead of urgent panic, "I did not lie. Miss have always been the type to act strong since she was young. Because of that, the talented disciples back at the Fiery Flame sect have all been executed by her long ago, so the reason she was picked to come was because we had no one else for the test." The disciples of the various forces were completely dumbfounded with shock due to the maid's outburst. For one, the biggest question surrounding why the Fiery Flame sect would send someone so weak was exactly this, because it just didn't make sense to incur the ire of the Holy Land just for one girl's whim. But now it has come out there's no other capable disciple inside that school. In that case, what would happen if the current Fiery Flame Lord dies of old age? Wouldn't they become so weak that they're inferior to a third-rate power? "If you keep babbling nonsense, then I'll tear off your lip." In her fit of rage after being exposed repeatedly, Hui Yun was ready to reach over to make that threat true when a disciple nearby stopped her mid-action. "Why are you so angry for? Is it because the maid's word is all true? If so, why don't we listen to all of it before we continue? How about that?" Chu Yi's sarcastic voice timely cuts in. "Go ahead, explain the matter of your brother. Don't worry, I will have someone go secure him afterwards so nothing will happen." The maid grew exalted over the happy news. From what was fear and anxiety has now been replaced with joyous hope. "As long as my younger brother is safe, then I have no regret even in death." "Yes, princess," the maid makes a sigh of relief before continuing. "Her ladyship wanted to frame Miss Bai Yan there only because of a simple reason, that she blocked our path at the entrance, plus the part with the child's insult. Her ladyship felt humiliated, hence the reason why she had Lin Yahan frame Miss Bai Yan over there." Leaving a moment of pause, the maid somehow seemed more vicious when she bit those lips of hers. These kinds of schemes aren't her first, it has been done many times during her childhood. She's the daughter of the Fiery Flame Lord, so no one can punish her even if caught, and she used to have a younger brother. But because of the exceptional talent the young master portrayed as a child, the lady here got jealous and murdered him. "Please take my uncle, too." Boom. The maid's truthful words were akin to a lightning strike from above, leaving all of these unsuspecting people unable to speak due to the grim nature of the story. In order to consolidate her own position, she would kill the countless geniuses within her own sect and murder his own little brother as well. Funniest part of all was the fact that they all took this woman as a kind-hearted and gentle person. How laughable. "Shut up, shut up." Shaking profusely, Hui Yun's face was wrought with foul fury where even her nails had embedded themselves into her palm. Despite this fact, those bloodshot eyes remain firmly locked onto the maid's face, still like she's ready to tear her apart from limb to limb. Che, to think so much actually happened in the Fiery Flame sect. Does the Fiery Lord know about this? Chu Yi laughs sarcastically as a form of mockery. Continuing to ignore the hateful eyes of her former mistress, the Fiery Lord only knows about the lady's act of killing the disciples. He doesn't know about the young master's death is done by her hands. I grew up with the miss, so I did a lot of things for her and know many which others don't. She thought of her brother as a threat, so she plotted to eliminate him before that happens. The death of the young master is equally important. If this matter is known by the Fiery Lord, then it won't just be me who dies, but also my brother. Thankfully that's no longer the case. With the promise from this Holy Land princess, my brother will have a new chance at life even if I can't be saved anymore. Bai Yan's voice comes from behind, causing the troublemaker to swing around. You call me? Blinking those big beautiful eyes, the girl asks with a tinge of confusion. Remove the remaining members of the Fiery Flame sect from here. I want them all sent back to their own school for judgment. Tell their people Hui Yun wanted to kill me, and don't forget to give the details to the Fiery Lord. I'm sure he would love to know the truth about his son's death and what his daughter did to him. Now there's open panic and fear in Hui Yun's frantic face. No. I don't want to go back to the Fiery Flame sect, I don't want to. But the people here aren't interested in what this murderous bitch had to say nor want. Dragging the person away as she flailed and struggled to break free, all that remains was the echoing scream of a vile banshee and her howling screeches that won't go away. The maid was of course no exception in this case. However, Chu Yi did promise her the younger brother would be saved, so that's one good thing that came of this fiasco. It's not like this servant girl wanted to do all those vile crimes behind everyone's back, rather she's also a victim who had no other choice. Heck, this could technically be a form of relief for her as well, though not in the greatest way, but still a form of freedom. Now that everything is finished, it's now time for the formal examination test. Coming up to the main stage, Bai Yan smoothly takes her rightful seat in the main panel. The time duration for this will be half a month. Prepare yourselves everyone, I'll be opening the main portal in a moment. Those who survive throughout the event shall be rewarded with the position of joining us in the Holy Land. But what happens to those who die? One of the attendees raises a question. There is no need to worry about that matter. The part that's being transported to the Holy Domain is only your spiritual soul, your main body will still be here waiting for you. Though the death won't cause any permanent harm, do know that upon your return the likely result is a month on the bed if you fail. Please take my uncle. 3. Getting up from her seat, Bai Yan's existence was absolutely stunning under the sun's glistening ray. The weapons have already been prepared for you all. Once you are equipped, head over to the prearranged site. Yes, ma'am. Power in their voices, the crowds of people were filled with anticipation in their eyes. Finished with the presentation, Bai Yan was the first to walk off, followed closely by the princess second. However, her eyes didn't miss the woman wearing the peachy-colored dress among the masses despite her indifferent appearance. Feng Wan, I advise you to be my woman, I will keep you safe. Laughing in a sinister manner, the man next to the peachy girl was ugly and repulsive once Bai Yan's group was out of sight. Otherwise, you might not even make it through the first day with your strength. Against this picture, Feng Wan only felt disgust and nothing more because she left the Feng Qi kingdom in order to get some peace, not to be annoyed by some spoiled prick. Think of the reasoning, her beautiful contour promptly got cold. Flinging around, she makes a turn to leave without looking back. It's already to this point, what's the use in being so proud? Nothing but a queen of some small little kingdom, how dare you not give me face? A beam of evil fires out of the disgusting pig's eye, just you wait, I will make you surrender under my crotch willingly. Bai Yan, that woman just now. You know each other. The princess nosily gets up to ask her friend after noticing how the extra attention. Others may not be aware of this, but Bai Yan would never bother to give anyone unrelated an extra glance if they are unimportant. That's how Chu Yi knew the other person must mean something. Sure enough, there's a slight reactionary smile from the woman. No, we don't. Then why are you? I may not know her, but that doesn't mean others don't. Swinging around, do you still remember my big cousin Lan Xiaoling? Blinking her pretty eyes in a clueless fashion, you mean, this woman and Xiaoling, they're related? Yes, that's right. Bai Yan narrows in her eyes as if recalling something. She's the queen of the Fengqi kingdom, and is good friends with my cousin Xiaoling. I heard he recently rejected her after she confessed. To think she would appear here of all places after leaving her home. Popping her eyes in shock, Chu Yi found this news absolutely scandalous. But why? How can Xiaoling reject such a beautiful woman like her? I don't think it's like that. Perhaps it's because too many things were happening with the Lan family back then. That's why my cousin didn't accept her. He thought he doesn't deserve someone like that. But after the events at the medicine sect and how I told them to take care of the Lan family, big cousin immediately went back to find her. It's just that by then the girl was already gone and nowhere to be found. Tilting her head curiously, how come you know so much details? Grinning at the troublesome lass's question, Bai Yan frankly answers, did you forget what my flower brothel does? If it's anything related to the four kingdoms, then you can be sure I will get wind of it. She then went ahead to pinch the lass's nose like the very notion of a woman's gossipy nature didn't occur within herself. Then, should we tell Xiaoling's feeling to Feng Wan? Please take my uncle, no need, I won't intervene in other people's feelings, not to mention this needs to solve by their own hands. But... Bai Yan's lip curls into a thoughtful smile, you can go inform Xiaoling. Tell him she's here in the Holy Land. Okay, Chu Yi's eyes lit up. When she spent a period of time in the kingdom of Luhua, the image she got of the Lan family was very good because none of them abandoned Bai Yan and her son. Perhaps it's as the old saying goes, good people will have good fortune. Oh right, a young and handsome face appears in the princess's mind just then. Bai Yan, do you still not have word on Bai Zhao's whereabout yet? I haven't seen him for a long time. Bai Zhao. Her heart shook at the name. Clenching that hand until it's slightly trembling, Bai Yan shakes her head at the end despite the infinite worry she has for her own brother. I have sent the flower brothel and demon beast sect out to look for him after he left without a word. Though there's still no word from him, I believe he will one day return to my side once he has garnered enough strength. That teen has always wanted to rely on his own strength in order to support her, not to rely on his sister. So, when he became aware of the close relationship Bai Yan had with the Holy Land, he promptly refused the offer to come. So not even you know about his whereabout. Slowly exhaling a long breath, there's a sense of disappointment in the princess's face. Not missing this picture, Bai Yan's face immediately lit up. Hurrying to grasp onto the lass's shoulder, there's joy in the woman's eye. You and my brother. Ha! Staring blankly at that hopeful face, Chu Yi didn't take much time to realize what the over-the-top reaction was about. Hurrying to step backwards, hey now, don't get the wrong idea. I'm only worried about him, nothing more. Smiling all the way into her bones, Bai Yan didn't buy that explanation one bit. Patting the lass's shoulder like a good older sister, although we weren't able to become family, but this is also a good turn of event. The princess makes a baffled face. Indeed, this time Bai Yan's misunderstanding was a serious one. It's then the little steam bun also pops his nosy head from somewhere. Grinning on the face like his mother, Sister Yi cares about uncle, that must mean she likes him. Perhaps it won't be long before I can start calling her auntie instead. Auntie, auntie. Always as supportive, Dragony follows up with that word like a happy-go-lucky kid who just learned of a new word. In that instant, not even Chu Yi's thick face could remain unfazed. Blushing hard, what are you saying, Shachin? And you Dragony, what are you trying to do? I and him, we're not like that. And even if we did, no wait, I'm only using a metaphor. Also I can't be your auntie. Making a naughty face, Dragony was learning all the wrong things from the boy. Her highness is kinder than my own mother. Even though I only call her queen, I have long considered her my mother, so you being my auntie is fine. Auntie, my uncle isn't too bad. Sure, his character may be on the cold end, but that's only to strangers and not family. Pulling at the flustered girl's hand, Bai Xiaochen starts throwing his careless words around without a care. Why don't you just take him? Wang Xiaoying's and Little Rice's whereabout, 1. Bai Xiaochen. Chu Yi stamps her feet in frustration. Biting those peachy lips, if you keep talking nonsense then I will have your mother find you a wife right now. That threat immediately causes the boy's happy face to collapse. Turning to Bai Yan using those poor eyes of his, mother. I don't want a wife. I only want to stay by your side. Breaking out into a giggle at her son's image, she rubs that small little head in soothing comfort. Go play with Dragony for now, okay? Making a relieved exhale, Bai Xiaochen looks like he's just been saved. Tiptoeing himself, the boy smooches the woman's cheek. Bye, mother. Having said this, he then quickly ran towards the front with the little missy in hand. Together, the pair of kids were out of sight and gone to do their own thing. Turning around again now that they're alone, how come I don't see Little Rice and Huang Xiaoying, Tigress? They should be here in the Holy Land last I checked. Gently tapping her lips like a lovely maiden that she was, Chu Yi appears to be quite enjoying the thought of those two. Oh, they left already. Left? Bai Yan's heart actually shook with shock. How can Little Rice ignore my order and leave before my return? Did he run off with the girl and leave me behind? Do you know where they went? Almost urgent now in her voice, Bai Yan tries hard to hide the inner anxiety she felt. I believe they left to find you. I couldn't stop them no matter what I did. Hooking her arms around the woman's, the princess makes a happy-go-lucky smile like she just one-upped her friend. Don't worry about those two. Considering how clever Little Rice is, they will be just fine on their own. Huffing over how high maintenance they all are, Bai Yan couldn't deny the fact that her little tigerling was a smart one. Alright, I will go ahead first and open the gate for the contestants. Come find me afterwards when the test is over. I want to continue training during this period. Leaving behind that comment, she then went ahead by herself because she's still slightly upset at being tricked. Half a month's time had gone and went very quickly, and naturally many of these contestants were disqualified after their defeat within the domain. At this moment, Feng Wuan was currently sitting cross-legged to allow the spiritual energy in the air to enter her body. Feng Wuan, I've found you. Suddenly, a sinister voice from the side catches the girl's ear and interrupts her meditation. Opening those beautiful eyes of hers, Feng Wuan could see it was that pervert and his goons coming over. Making a disgusted look on her already frowning face, why is it you people again? You're like haunted ghosts that just won't go away. Her voice didn't sound soft and weak like one would expect from a female, rather it's snappy and cool. To think you would last for the entire half a month, I actually thought you were knocked out early on in the test. Ha 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 ha. As the pervert cackles like the filth that he was, the goons that came with him had already surrounded the girl from all sides, leaving her entirely encircled and without room for escape. Smirking now, the filth then used those disgusting fingers to pick up the girl's chin like he owned her. Be my woman, Feng Wuan. If you do, then I will guarantee your Feng Qi kingdom's prosperity. Smirking derisively at this man's face, Feng Wuan unabashedly swipes away that hand. Don't touch me with your dirty hands, Cheng Wei. I already have a person in my heart, so quit dreaming. Acting like he's heard some ridiculous joke, Cheng Wei's guffawing laughter rang across the forested terrain in this area. That's how little this pervert thought of that statement. Wang Xiaoying's and Little Rice's whereabout, too, the man of your heart. What, you mean that Lan Xiaoling? I already know he rejected before when you confessed. Why are you being stubborn on him? Do you think the Lan family is something you can match up to? Seeing the ghastly complexion of the girl, Qing Wei once again presses forward to loom over her. Feng Wan, the real wishful thinking one is you. The Lan family may just be an ordinary household, but they are backed by the Holy Land and Medicine sect. Others would rather provoke a second-rate power than to provoke them, so lose that dream of yours. Gently closing her eyes, Feng Wan didn't want to and couldn't refute that claim. She loves Lan Shaoling for his perseverance and courage he showed. So, when the people of her Feng Qi kingdom prevented her from interacting with the boy, she kept doing it regardless. But now, it's as this filthy bastard says, she's not a match for him anymore. However, that doesn't mean she couldn't catch up. Feng Wan's a proud and strong woman. Just because she's no longer a match doesn't in the future she won't be. That's why she came to the Holy Land, hoping one day she would become strong enough to stand by his side after earning the qualities again. Just like before, standing by him. So what if I don't deserve him? Opening her eyes again after reminiscing those happy memories she shared with the boy, her face remains expressionless towards these filth. Even if I cannot get his heart, I will not accept you. Take one or none at all, I at least understand that truth. You're asking for it. Turning cold in the face, Qing Wei was done playing nice. Take this woman down for me, I will let her have a taste of what it means to defy me. Yes, sir. In no time at all, many of the devilish claws were now reaching out for the woman's body in an attempt to subdue her. Towards those filthy hands that's trying to indiscriminately touch her body, Feng Wan's expression grew hard and dangerous. Scram! Boom! Fluttering up in the dress over the sudden burst of power, those goons that are in cahoots with Qing Wei were instantly sent stumbling backwards. Step down, I'll handle her myself. Making an audible clack by closing that folding fan of his, those hands immediately thrust forward like an eagle's claw, fully taking aim for the woman's neck in order to catch her. Facing that intense attack, Feng Wan didn't panic or back off, instead she musters up her own energy into the fist and met the assault head-on. Qing Wei was absolutely shocked when they made contact. Not only did he fail to overpower the other side, he in fact felt his throat getting wet from the blood trying to come up. In the end, there's a trickle of the reddish fluid leaking out of the corner of those lips. Frowning, how can you improve this quickly? This battle wasn't the first he had with this woman, but before they only had a draw. And now she's clearly above himself. I'm not like you all. I've kept pushing myself during the entire time I've been in here while you bunch only thought about preserving your own strength. One's the queen of a mortal kingdom, the other the young lord of a second-rate factionary power. It's obvious the latter had the better resources. But through perseverance and strong will, Feng Wan has now surpassed these bastards using not only her talent but effort. Most likely insulted by that remark, Qing Wei's gaze grew threatening. All of you attack with me. She's only one person, I refuse to believe she can take all of us on at the same time. Wang Xiaoying's and Little Rice's whereabout. 3. Obeying his order, the group of thugs behind himself rears forward again to attack. Though vigilant and ready to fight, Feng Wan couldn't help but tense up at this setup. But then right when she's about to deflect the first blow, a blinding white light beams downward from the sky and covers them all. It looks like the time has come. We're leaving this place. Everyone immediately had this thought in mind. Though this half a month has been treacherous and full of danger from the various things lurking from within, it has also brought on many good harvests for those who didn't cower away somewhere. Of course, there are also scums like Qing Wei who managed to make it to the end by keeping themselves away from danger, but that's few and in between. I have already given you one last chance, Feng Wan, now don't complain since it's you who didn't cherish the opportunity. Right before he was transmitted away, Qing Wei suddenly brought out a dagger from his waist and harshly sliced down at his own wrist. Even if death within the testing ground won't be real, nevertheless, the injury sustained here would still transfer out to the real body. Therefore, just about every contestant that's remaining were stained with the smell of blood. It's also the direct proof of the cruelty and difficulty of this trial. All stand for the princess and judge. This was the first announcement these men and women heard after they opened their eyes again. Taking her seat with that gorgeous red dress, Bai Yan didn't waste any time to begin her speech. The test is now over, and all who manages to pass the trial is now qualified to enter the Holy Land as a disciple. Wait! Suddenly, a young man stands out among the crowd. Covering his injured wrist, that expression appeared very painful. "Miss, I have something to say." Though that expression remains emotionless, Bai Yan's forehead had already wrinkled into a knot. "What's the matter?" "Miss, I remember the rules is that the contestants aren't allowed to kill one another while inside the testing grounds. Also, we're not allowed to battle one another unless it's our designated opponent, correct?" Slightly amused by the question, Bai Yan didn't refute that, only leaning her head to one side against the palm of her hand. This should have been a lazy image, but somehow her face only got more seductive under the glistening sunlight, like a beauty giving the luring eye. "You're right, that's the rules we set ahead of time." "Then I'm accusing this woman called Feng Wan." Cheng Wei snarls with enraged anger as he points accusingly to the girl. The only issue was whether or not it's genuine or just an act. This woman and I have crossed paths before and are on bad terms. She took advantage of this trial and attacked me while inside the testing grounds. I request that she be disqualified. After saying this, he then turns back to face Bai Yan. "I hope the authorities can handle this fairly." Placing her hand down, Bai Yan straightens up herself to focus in on the said girl. "Is what he said true?" Emotionless and expressionless, Feng Wan answers right away. "I believe the Holy Land will find out the truth." Wang Xiaoying's and Little Rice's whereabouts. For, in other words, she believes the Holy Land wouldn't judge a person based purely on someone else's claim alone. Smiling at the meaning behind that, Bai Yan's beauty at this moment could blind everyone's sight if she tried. If not for the fact that her identity was beyond their reach, many of the males would have loved to pursue such a woman. "My words are the truth," Cheng Wei snickers sinisterly and leaked his true nature. "Besides, it wasn't just me who saw what she did, there's others around as well when that happened. Am I right, everyone?" Those who followed Cheng Wei didn't expect to be dragged into this situation, but now that they're being put up to it, they couldn't exactly deny it either. Nodding with one another to push themselves forward, "Yes, this evil woman is the worst. She is afraid of Sir Cheng Wei's strength and the likelihood of him taking away her resources due to his exceptional talent, that's why he attacked him." One comment here, another accusation there, all of the lies are pointing towards Feng Wan being the perpetrator. Even so, the proud girl never defended herself even once, only showing a calm face like there's no waves at all in the heart. Cheng Wei himself didn't care about anything else, he only wants to know what Bai Yan was going to do next because he couldn't read her at all. Nevertheless, the insult and shame he felt from the rejection pushed him to a level of beyond help. "Miss, do you know she is the former queen of the Feng Qi kingdom? And she also pursued Lan Shaoling for a time, only to be rejected by him at the end." Likely wanting to gloat before the very person he's trying to ruin with that sly comment, Cheng Wei promptly turned to face the person herself. Sure enough, he could finally see panic on that indifferent face. This sort of unrecognizing woman doesn't deserve to stay in the Holy Land. She kept pestering your cousin before, so you mustn't allow such a thing to continue. Feng Wan was definitely affected by the tarnishing comments. Almost shaking there, her beautiful face was very ugly, like she's about to scream. The main reason being Bai Yan was her crush's family member, yet she's now being exposed before the public and in such negative light. How could she remain calm? And what would this possible cousin-in-law think of herself? Bai Yan finally speaks up, causing the entire venue to quiet down instantly. "How come I didn't know our holy land has fallen into such a state where some outsider can dictate our actions?" That second even a drop of a needle could be heard, that's how deathly silent it has become over her question. Like everyone else, Qing Wei's proud face was a chunk of solid ice. Didn't the rumors say this cousin of Lan Shaoling is very protective of her family? Why is she still able to put up with a woman who clearly got rejected? Miss, I am only doing this for the sake of you and your cousin Lan Shaoling. This Feng Wan violated the rules here and also wanted to reach out for things before her own status. I just couldn't bear such injustice and wanted to help. Almost cold in the face now, Bai Yan's voice grew somewhat stern and harsh. Whether or not she broke the rules will be decided upon our investigation, not on your words alone. If you think I will judge her purely because of your whimsical wishes, then think again. What's more, what I should do is not for you to decide or suggest. Opening of the domain, Bristleback Dragon, 1, Qing Wei's face turned whiter by a whole shade. He did not expect Bai Yan to cover for Feng Wan after he threw the trump card he had in stock. Miss, you said not long ago that there will be no form of corruption or fraud in the Holy Land. Why are you sheltering this woman now? Clenching his fist tightly, the disgusting bastard knew he has no way out and could only press forward. Curling those lips into a smirk, Bai Yan sounded frank and unprovoked. Don't tell me, you didn't know that there are many eyes within the mini-domain? Whatever little secret you did inside there, do you think I wouldn't know? What did you say? Qing Wei flies into a great fright. So she means all of our actions were known all along. How did this happen? For a time, this disgusting bastard could barely keep his legs from going numb. In order to stop himself from collapsing before the crowd, he reached over to firmly grab onto one of his goons' shoulder to keep himself upright. I'll only give you one more chance. Are you going to confess, or? Plop. Qing Wei finally lost his nerve and got onto the floor with those knees. There's sweat and there's panic all over his face. It's over, this time I am completely finished. Just like this coward, the goons that came with Qing Wei were also kneeling there in a disorderly row. Miss, this matter isn't our fault, it's Sir Qing Wei who ordered us to do so. Please let us go, we will never break the rules again in the future. The banging from their heads were now so great that it's almost creating a tremor around the venue. Even so, their only wish right was for a hint of mercy so they wouldn't be killed for the crime they committed. Towards how easy his so-called supporters turned on himself, Qing Wei only felt despair and betrayed. Showing a dead face, the only thing lingering in that head was the underlying question of his own impending punishment. Bai Yan, how come I didn't know there are eyes hidden within the mini-domain? Swinging around after giving the cheaters a snarl, Chu Yi tilts her head in amazement. When did you send them in without my knowledge? Shrugging with a sly face, I'm just kidding, who could have thought they would break that quickly? Kidding. Those who were guilty immediately stopped their kowtowing act and made a distraught face of horror. It's so bad that they even forgot to breathe for a second. What did she just say? She was just kidding. Qin Hong, I'm sure I don't need to tell you how to handle these people. Giving a lazy stretch, Bai Yan slowly came down from the main stage and turns to the princess, let's go Yi. Both girls left without a second glance to those gobsmacked individuals whom they left behind themselves. The reason being there's someone already looming over their heads ready to dish out the punishment. Sir. Qin Hong, Qing Wei gulps hard. But before any more excuses could be said, the cold hard words of this Holy Land elder have dropped on top of his heads. Opening of the domain, Bristleback Dragon, 2, you bunch got some nerve, eh? Not only did you people try to frame a probably disciple of the Holy Land, you also tried to deceive the judge. Someone come, take these filthy bastards away to the dungeons. I will personally see to it they pay for today's crime. Yes, Elder Qin Hong. Those who followed Qin Hong over today immediately circled around the group. They've already learned from the last time they gathered and wouldn't want anything to go wrong during the arrest. After leaving the gathering behind, Bai Yan didn't even need to step onto the Holy Island before her eyes fell upon her big Shifu Jingqi waiting at the doorway. Slightly wrinkling her brows, Big Shifu, why are you waiting at my cabin? Is the examination test over? Jingqi asks with a meaningful light in those old eyes. Giving a gentle nod of affirmation, yes Shifu, I've just finished over there. That's great. The senior issues a long sigh. The Lord tasked me to come tell you that the portal to the main domain is now open and ready for use. But before you head out, I must remind you the real holy domain is vastly more dangerous than the mini one you experienced before. Do be careful. In actual fact, not even Jingqi himself knew what exactly lies within that mysterious place. The only thing he does know though was how everyone who enters it would die each and every single time. 10 out of 10, all of them never returned aside from being a corpse. I see. Bai Yan's face lit up, her hand patting the concerned old senior in assurance. Don't worry, I'll be alright, so don't fret too much. During this period while I'm away, do make sure to practice your alchemy. I don't want to see any slacking. Otherwise. Narrowing her eyes into a slit, Bai Yan's iris grew somehow dangerous and threatening. Making an awkward laugh in return, Jingqi coughs twice to clear his own throat. Don't look down at your Shifu here so much, only your third Shifu is a slacker. Needing no more words, Bai Yan was pretty much finished here as well and turned away for the Lord's living quarter. Towards the departing back of that reddish figure, Chu Yi couldn't stop making a worried face. Grandpa Jingqi, is she really going to be alright? I don't understand why Pa would agree to having her enter such a dangerous place. Unable to hide his own worries as well, the Lord said it before, perhaps. She will be the only one to come out of there alive. We must believe in Yan because her existence is a miracle in it itself. Ever since the three of them brothers picked up this lass from the outside, he already knew the girl wouldn't be average. A souring dragon, that's his opinion of Bai Yan's future. Biting her lower lip, if Bai Yan really don't come back then I will cut off my connection with Pa. Me and brother will leave this place and never return, that'll show him for letting Bai Yan know about the main holy domain and letting her go in. Jingqi makes a long heavy sigh at the princess's willful remark. Although his words showed trust and confidence, but that old heart of his also didn't want the only disciple he had to leave for such a dangerous place either. This is Yan's own choice. We cannot get in the way of this child's decision. Making a bittersweet face, come princess, it shouldn't be that long before she comes back out anyways, so let's go over to the Lord's place and wait. Unlike the real world, the time frame inside the holy domain moves at an expedited pace. 1 month out here would equal to 1 year inside. Opening of the domain, bristleback dragon, 3, Chu Yi nods in good behavior, then I'll go find Xiachen instead. I need to take care of him while Bai Yan is gone during this period. Jingqi nearly turned green upon hearing what this troublemaker intends to do. Hurrying to grab onto that shoulder before she runs off, this, you don't need to worry about, Chiu Shu Rong, 3rd, and Ren Yi, 2nd, will take care of him. Giving the boy to this one who torched the treasury vault? If they did that then the entire Holy Land would be destroyed in no time. Thankfully this princess didn't have much of a brain when it comes to these matters. After getting pulled by the pushy senior a few times, she ended up going with him anyways. Over in the peach blossom forest, Lord Chu Ran and the other elders were busy discussing something when they saw the reddishly fine figure walking over to their spot. You here Bai Yan? Stopping before this middle-aged man who nearly became her father-in-law, yes lord, I came after getting the message from my Shifu. You say the portal to the holy domain is open? You've heard right, Chu Ran answers right away despite the tight furrowing forehead he showed at what's further ahead. This is my last reminder to you Bai Yan. Unlike the mini-domain where one can be transferred back after they die in there, this one won't give you a second chance. Are you certain you want to go inside? Riches comes with danger, I am never one to cower before the risk. She stays firm in her decision. So what if it's dangerous? I have never been one to back down when the challenge comes knocking. Ha! Lord Chu Ran laughs wildly. Patting the girl's shoulder, his face shows a strong level of admiration, as expected of the one whom I believed in all those years ago. You will be the one to come out of there, I believe you will. Bai Yan also smiled at this trust. Lord, I want to ask you a favor before I head inside. During this time while I'm not around, please look after my son. I don't cutting her before she could finish, don't worry. I've always regarded Xiaochen as my grandson, so no one will make trouble for him here in the Holy Land. Patting his chest in reassurance, he made promises without a second thought to the idea. In light of the agreement, Bai Yan only showed a perplexed face. What she really meant was to keep her son out of trouble and not to let him start a fire again, not to be protected. Besides, she would be happy if he could not go provoking others while she's not looking, that's all she wants. Another note, you must not let Yi look after Xiaochen. This is very important. This was an act of insurance. If those two get together, then the Holy Land would become a pile of rubbles by the time she comes out. I understand. Chu Ran makes an understanding nod. He's the troublesome girl's father, how could he not know the sort of character the lass has? Not much ability in anything else, only super capable when it comes to making disasters happen. Then I'll go now. Leaving only that behind, Bai Yan then walked towards a shining mirror that's up ahead in measured strides. She didn't fear this portal, only a strong level of anticipation for what awaits. Lord, is this really a good idea? What if something goes wrong? One of the lower-ranked elders present turns to ask with unease in the voice, if anything happens to the lady then Jing Qi and his brothers will go crazy. Chu Ran arches his brow. Did you all forget her performance back then in the mini-domain already? That result is unlike anything I have ever seen. But it's late to do anything at this point anyways. Bai Yan had already stepped through the mirror and the shimmering white light has died down, signaling the closer of the portal. Opening of the domain, Bristleback Dragon, 4, pausing for a moment before continuing, the longer you stay in the mini-domain, the closer the experience would become to the real deal. Otherwise, why else do you think I would risk her life? There are no other person as talented as Bai Yan in the Holy Land, not a single one. Besides, her relatives are the lords and master of the other two major powers. No matter how strong this place was, it wouldn't be able to fend off both the Medicine Sect and Misty Fairy House at once. And let's not forget Jing Qi and his two brothers would surely defect if that happens. Let's go. We're drinking today. No one is going home until they're drunk. Laughing hard through his belly, Lord Chu Ran strode in quick strides for the outside of the peach blossom forest. It couldn't be helped. Since that day where he nearly got caught with his own daughter drinking, Chu Ran had refrained himself from touching any more alcohol out of fear of Bai Yan seeing his dirty nature. Now for this rare chance to arrive, how could he not be a happy lord? Meanwhile the elders in the background were all exchanging various looks of disbelief with one another. To think the reason why the Lord would have us accelerate the portal's opening by half a month is because he wants to drink while she's gone. I really don't understand why he's so afraid of the lassie. Che, a simple answer like that and you still don't know. Look at Jing Qi and those other two, see how indulgent they are of her. Sure, Bai Yan is a disciple of the Holy Land, but who can say there will be another genius as talented as her? If the Lord is to keep the girl forever tied to us, something like face or shame means nothing. I bet you all don't know this, but the Lord wanted to take the Missy in as his daughter-in-law. It's a shame that Bai Yan chose someone else in the end. Even so, he still wants her as a goddaughter. The elder who knew the inside story couldn't help but open his mouth at this point. Truth was, if Bai Yan's identity wasn't so high and beyond his reach, this senior too would want to take in a goddaughter like that. A few more words later, the elders gathered here today also left soon afterwards for the Lord's residence. In a blink of an eye, the entire peach blossom forest was now back to his peaceful state and only the falling petals remain. At this moment Bai Yan was now standing on a weedy patch of grass. With pure blue sky, this should have been a decent picture if it wasn't marred by the countless creatures salivating before her very eyes. This is the holy domain. Sweeping her sight in a circle, Bai Yan's eye suddenly fell upon a huge monstrous beast. Dilating her eyes in great shock, bristleback dragon. That's a bristleback dragon. Bristleback dragon, a monster from ancient times. According to the records left behind by the people of old, this race of dragons was highly recognized for its long spikes running along the back as well as the hardness in its scales. A true immortal monster of the ancient era. Shame though, every being in existence has a weakness in some way. The bristleback dragons are no different due to its poor breeding ability. As a result of this characteristic, this breed was long thought to be extinct after an unprecedented infighting among demon beasts many eons ago. Opening of the domain, bristleback dragon, 5, tightly gripping her fist, Bai Yan scans the area some more and found even more ancient monsters standing around. These things should all be extinct according to her knowledge. It's no wonder no one ever made it out of the holy domain, this must be an ancient battlefield. If any ordinary person steps in here then they would die 10 out of 10 times. Growler. Perhaps able to sense the uninvited guest coming into their home, the creatures all growled menacingly and rushed the intruder. Shit! Swinging her head around, she could already see the sharp spikes of the bristleback dragon sweeping over in an attempt to slash her apart. Under this moment of distress, Bai Yan could not care about so much anymore. Drawing her sword in haste, she uses it to block the offending attack only to discover the thorny spikes from the dragon's claw piercing right through the shiny steel that made up her sword. Now not only was her weapon severely damaged, her chest was now also pierced to some degree by the claw. However, risk also comes with opportunities. During this brief exchange, she's discovered something off about this place. Why are these creatures only at this level? According to the rumors, any demon beast able to be recorded in the old texts should be at the celestial rank or higher. Is the holy domain suppressing their powers? Squinting her eyes into a narrow slit, that lip instantly curled into a smirk despite the blood on her clothes. If that's the case then I still have a chance. Wasting not another second, she swiftly and smoothly pulled out a bottle of medication from her storage bag. There's no need to hesitate here. Stuffing every single pill into her mouth, she allows the surge of unbridled energy to explode out of her body. Normally these pills which was used to enhance her physical strength and endurance could only be taken one at a time, otherwise the side effects would be quite heavy after half an hour later. Even so, critical situations called for extreme measures, and this was that case. This time I like to see if I'm harder or you're harder. Slamming the little bottle to the floor and smashing it to pieces, Bai Yan wipes the trickle of blood from her mouth and begins her carnage. Leaping over the rest, the first target was the bristleback dragon swooping down from above like a lightning bolt. She didn't get penetrated by the thorny spikes like others would come to expect of this full-on charge. Instead, her hands reached downwards after landing on the dragon's back and forcefully ripped one of the damn things off, skin and all, before tossing it down to the mob of monsters. Just like the weakness of having low fertility, the thorny spikes were the dragon's greatest weapon but also its lethal weakness during combat. Sure, the scales are harder than metal and the spikes are sharper than a blade, but they're still attack to skin and flesh. If one had the arm strength then ripping these blades off like one would scale a porcupine. It's no different. Of course, not everyone could achieve such a grand feat of overcoming one of the greatest monsters of the ancient era, otherwise this breed of dragons wouldn't be called an immortal monster back in the day. Opening of the domain, bristleback dragon, 6, swoosh. Hit by the sharp bristle that came falling down, one of the monsters instantly died under his own pool of blood right then and there. Even so, the rest of the creatures did not stop nor care for their fallen comrade. They kept pushing for the woman who's still clinging hard for her dear life. Irritated and annoyed as well, the bristleback dragon wasn't just going to take that transgression lying down either. Barrel rolling left and right, it wanted to fling the unwanted passenger off from itself by using the intense force of its own maneuvers. Unfortunately for this ancient predator, Bai Yan did not let go and instead used the thorny bristles on its back as a form of projectile. In no time at all, countless corpses were left in their wake as they flew erratically across the sky. A while later, the fighting has come to a halt. Littered with the dead bodies of the monsters that couldn't fly, only one dragon remains after Bai Yan dismounted to rest next to a small tree. Strange, half an hour has passed already. According to my calculation, I should be taking a sharp pain to my head by now after killing all these monsters. Why is there no reaction at all? Is it because this is the holy domain? That the side effects are removed thanks to the restrictions placed in this world? This speculation delighted Bai Yan's heart. Showing a happy face, she turns to the bareback dragon who was moping nearby after experiencing that inhumane torture. What, you don't want to live too? The expression of the survivor looks like it's very much aggrieved by the maltreatment. Not only has his back been completely plucked bare by this point, the poor thing actually wailed after seeing its own reflection from the puddle of tear it created by itself. Unable to take this trauma, the dragon made a direct run for the forest and was soon out of view. Bai Yan herself did not chase though. No matter what the intent was, she did survive this encounter thanks to the fella's thorny spikes. With nothing else to do now, she began to pick up the prize loot scattered around the area. But after removing of the quills from a body, Bai Yan actually discovered something inside one of the bodies. It was a golden-colored core. In that instant not even she could remain indifferent. Is this what I think it is? According to hearsay, ancient monsters are able to condense their essence into a core once they're matured enough. Is this shiny core it? Elated to find such a precious treasure, Bai Yan wanted to store this thing away for future use only to have the thing melt away under a blinding light before shooting into her Dantian area. Without warning, her internal energy started to swell up. Understanding what just happened after a momentary daze, she didn't want to waste a single chance. Moving fast, her skills in dissecting lifeless bodies just went up by leaps and bounds today. Though Bai Yan did advance into the middle level of the monarch rank with 20 gold monster cores by doing this, but to reach the advanced stage would still require her own efforts in consolidation the newfound energy inside. Sitting cross-legged right now to digest the sudden influx of strength, she had just finished exhaling the last bit of polluted air from her system when a burst of rumbling sound came from the front. Looking over, she tightly dilates her eyes at the countless monsters trampling over and raising up a storm of dust. It seems this big holy domain is similar to the mini one. After killing a group, it would bring in the more powerful hordes of monsters. No matter, they're going to be my nutrient in improving my own strength. Unlike the tense atmosphere she portrayed on the first encounter after entering the portal, there's only a smile on that anticipating face. To put it bluntly, it's the look of a hungry wolf staring at its next meal. 3 months, 3 months later. On this sunny day, Bai Xiaochen was currently sitting on a granite rock not far away from where his mother disappeared off into the mirror. How come mother still hasn't come out of that place yet? It's been over 3 months already. I miss her. Pouting with his chin leaning against those hands, it's obvious he's very much bored based on that lifeless face. This was the first time the child's been away from Bai Yan for so long, so this was a new experience for him. Prince. It's then a young female head pops out from one side. Smiling in the face, guess what, I found a fun place nearby. Want to go have a look together? We can explore it and maybe find something nice. I don't want to go dragony. Shaking his depressed head, Bai Xiaochen firmly plops his whole body down onto the rock to show how much of a sloth he was acting. I want to wait for mother to come out, so I'm not going. The little dragoness was rather perplexed by this rejection. Biting those fingernails, why is His Highness acting so rejected? It's only been a few months, what's so depressing about this? It's not that Dragony was being inconsiderate in having this thought pattern. She's been without a proper mother all her life due to the limited mental capacity she was born with, therefore the very idea of a child always being with the parent didn't even strike her. Then I'll wait here with you, Prince. We will wait for Her Highness to come out together. Raising a lovely smile, the Missy takes a seat without asking for permission. Boom! From out of the blue, a land-shaking tremor rocks the entire peach blossom forest and causes the two kids to tumble right off of the rock. As the only male here without a single adult, Byzakin instinctively did the right thing and reacted like any boy should do. He used himself as a cushion for the girl so she wouldn't get hurt from the fall. Just that when he turned his head around after coming back to his senses to check on the mirror again, he was horrified to find it cracking. In his haste, the boy couldn't think of anything else. Pushing himself up from the floor, he makes a hard dash over towards the mirror while making a painful scream for it to stop whatever it was doing. Sadly, before those tiny feet had even taken a few steps over, the entire mirror suddenly shatters into hundreds of tiny shards. Mother! Please come out. Please come back out. He plops down onto the grass and didn't know what to do next. Dragony reacted the slowest here, but she's not blind. Realizing what just happened and what it meant, huge trickles of tears immediately came pouring out of those eye sockets. The mirror shattered. Her Highness, she's never coming back. No. Her Highness can't leave like this. She can't. Due to the huge commotion of this incident, it didn't take long for the rest of the Holy Land to be alarmed. By the time Lord Chu ran and the three elders came running over, all they saw was the painful cries of both children sitting on the ground. Xiaqin. Hurrying to pick up the boy, Jingqi, first, asks with trembling hands, "Tell Grandshifu here what happened." Though most of the tears had stopped, Xiaqin was still red in the eyes due to all the crying. Almost a murmur in how low that voice was, "The mirror, the portal, it shattered." Chu Ran looked horrified over the answer. Quickly reaching down to examine the shards, the man kept muttering to himself in disbelief, "How can this be? Why did it shatter? What exactly happened inside the holy domain? Lord, what is going to happen now that the mirror is gone?" 3 months, too. Jingqi honestly didn't want to hear the answer to his own question there, but he knew there's no running away from the truth. If the mirror portal is destroyed, then those inside will forever be trapped inside the holy domain. Boom! All 3 of these old fellas were shuddering hard in their old hearts. Stiff as a rock, their faces all showed despair. Yen Yen won't return. She will never come back. No-oh. Clasping his head in horrific pain, Chiu Shu Rong's mournful cry brought on a wave of disturbing air around this once serene forest. A brief moment later, this third brother suddenly dashes over to the Lord in a flash and gripped onto that collar. His old eyes were filled with blood and anger, making him look somewhat ferocious. Why did you tell her about the real holy domain? Why did you agree to let her in there? Return my student to me. Return my disciple. If it was the past, then Chu Ran would not allow these old fellas to treat him like so. However, this whole situation was mainly caused by himself. Covered in a shroud of gloom, the man also felt extreme pain due to his own astonishing misjudgment. "I'm sorry, I didn't know things would turn out this way." That voice carried a strong sense of regret and guilt. Letting go of that collar, Chiu Shu Rong once again got on the ground with those hands around his head. The muffled sobbing voice said it all on what he's feeling and how distraught this old senior was inside. "Mother." Bai Shechen pushes Jingqi's hand away and ran back over to the mirror shards. Those eyes were dull and without thought as he stared at the pile. "Didn't you say you will never leave me? Please, Mother, I promise I'll be good from now on, so, please, I'm begging you, Mother. You can't leave me and Batty Father behind." The kid's voice sounded dreadfully painful and sorrowful, yet there's also something else mixed into that sound which causes everyone around to stop what they're doing and look over. It's unsure what it was, but that relatively weak and thin stature was menacing to look at. There's a thin layer of black aura oozing out of the boy and it's making them all very uncomfortable. Xiachen. Greatly scared by this picture, Xingqi flies over to examine the child's condition. Don't scare your grandchifu here, please come back to your senses. I've already lost your mother, I can't bear to lose you as well. Turning that little head in a freakish manner as if he's possessed, Bai Xiachen's voice almost had an echoing effect like there's something demonic about his entire existence. Grandchifu, why did mother go into the holy domain? Not quite understanding why the lad would ask something like that out of the blue, Xingqi didn't respond and just stared his eyes out in confusion. Suddenly, a sinister cackle escapes that childish mouth. Ah yes, I remember now, mother went in there because of that woman from the spirit realm. She wanted to get stronger so nothing like that happens again. 3 months, yes, it's because of those people from the spirit realm who came to make trouble that mother would want to get stronger. She wants to fight by baddie father's side. Because she saw how strong those people were. Despite the disturbing black aura oozing out of the boy's skin slightly calming down after those words, the bloodthirsty red light in those eyes only got deeper and more menacing. Towards this abnormal change, Xingqi and everyone else was starting to get seriously worried and panicking. To be fair, they're not overreacting or anything of that sort. The Bai Xiachen at this moment was nothing like the cute and innocent boy that they knew, it's something far darker and dangerous to the point they almost couldn't recognize him. Xiachen, what exactly is happening to you? Please come back to your senses and not scare your grandchifu here. We're getting really scared. The kid did not answer Xingqi's plea and continued on with his hair-raising ramble. Grandchifu, do you think those in the spirit realm deserve to die? Yes, they all do. They all deserve to die. Whether it be the spirit realm or celestial realm, all of them deserve to die. Yes, they all deserve death for what they've done. It's they who caused me and mother to be separated. I will tear them apart for this. Prince Dragony did not get frightened off by the menacing aura and instead came right up to the boy. Firm and strong in that voice, you are right. It's all their fault. I will also get strong and tear those people apart. They're the ones at fault for what happened to Her Highness. For this little missy, whatever Bai Xiachen says would always be right. Therefore, whether it be the celestial realm or spirit realm, they're all her enemies now and must be removed from existence. Those who caused the queen's death deserve to die. At the same time in the demon realm, Ditsang was just in the middle of discussing something with his subordinates when his chest felt an abrupt tremor and tightening of the heart. Sire, Fire Plume exclaims after noticing the ugly expression on the demon king's face, what's wrong? Somewhat pale in the face, the blood seal I placed on my son is starting to fail. Something must have happened to cause him to react so strongly. But who can make Xiachen lose control? Not good. Yen must be in danger. Brushing right past the group of demons in front of himself, nobody was able to catch Ditsang's incredibly speed when he rushed out of the door. Inside the holy domain, Bai Yen currently stands before a huge mountainous beast with her clothes mostly ripped in all sorts of places, thus revealing some of her private bits that would instantly raise a scandal in public. What is happening? Feeling the vibration that's causing all of the trees to topple over, those brows wrinkled up at the unexpected phenomenon. Is it because I killed too many of these monsters that the holy domain is collapsing? This can't be. If so, then the domain wouldn't have allowed so many of them to fight me. Gradually growing serious in the face, she scans the area in front to get a better grasp of the situation. Everything was falling to pieces for sure at first glance. While the sky showed signs of being torn apart, the ground too was cracking and toppling everything over. This effect also applied to the body of water too. Because of how huge those waves were, it's almost a certain death if one's caught in that tsunami-like impact. Is the holy domain really crumbling apart? I must find a way out of here, otherwise I might not ever leave again. But how? The Lord only told me the people in the past only come out after they die, he never mentioned the method of leaving on my own. Do I have to die as well? No, that can't be right. Death in this place is real, there's no resurrection like in the mini one. Growing more and more tense, Bai Yan could not mask the anxiety that's quickly creeping up from behind. The mainland's change. 1. Right now the entire holy domain looks like apocalypse has fallen onto this world. It's terrifying just to look at and life-threatening to experience. There's an urgent need for Bai Yan to leave, but she's not crazy enough to start running around without a clue or plan. Just as she's deliberating on what to do next, one of the rubbles, specifically a tree stump, had come flying over. Bang! Meeting the rubble with a palm strike, the wooden block instantly gets ripped to shred and scatters across the ground. Unfortunately, that was only the first of many tree stumps to attack her. In rapid succession, the rubbles are acting like it has a mind of its own and kept bombarding her with either boulders or tree scraps from all direction. Shielding herself with a barrier made up of her own energy, this isn't look good. I have to find a way out quickly, otherwise I won't just be trapped here from the way things are looking, I will disappear along with the holy domain. Tightly furrowing her brow, sweat now covers up her palm due to the intensifying rumble. Suddenly, the face of her own husband and son appears in the mind. Upon remembering those who are still waiting for her outside, that anxiousness transforms into conviction and strength. I will not die in a place like this. Xiaochen and Di Tsang is still waiting for me. I cannot meet my end in such a place alone. Then from of nowhere, the wooden pile that she was standing on suddenly collapses underneath due to a hole on the ground. As a result of this unexpected danger, she too was caught off guard and began to fall. But before the unknown darkness could consume her, a hand suddenly reaches out and grabs hold of her and pulls the woman right back up. Swinging her head around right away to see who this was, Bai Yan's face froze at the sight. It's a very familiar contour that has brought on endless warmth and protection over the years. How come you are here? She asks with a stunned look. Because you are in danger, that's why I came. Bright and warm like the burning sun, the man's smile lights up her heart just by speaking. If you want to leave the domain, then I will help you. Releasing a beam of joy in her own face, Bai Yan couldn't help but respond right away. Okay, I want to go out. Gesturing with his finger at the air, a strange light emerges from the tip as Chewy God mutters some silent spell from his lip. Gradually, a door forms from this. Go, this door will lead you back to the outside. Nodding, Bai Yan takes a few steps forward before she swings around again to find Chewy God already facing her with his back. Chewy God, you. Who exactly are you? How is Chewy Feng related to you? This man not only has the exact same face as him, but the fact that he could come and go as he pleases within the holy domain indicated they're somehow connected. She'd be a fool to believe otherwise. I cannot tell you for the time being. You will find out on your own once you reach the celestial realm. I see. Out of consideration for saving herself twice, Bai Yan won't press the matter. Slowly but with measured steps, she opens the door and leaves behind the man in the crumbling background. Losing that smile now that he's alone again, Chewy God reveals the sadness in those calm watery eyes. I hope you will still be like this to me after you learns the truth. Closing his eyes, the picture of the woman's look of hatred slowly surfaces again, just like all those years ago. The mainland's change, too. If only she doesn't hate me, even if that means she won't remember me, it's still better that way. Slowly opening his eyes, Chewy God's face actually seemed particularly sad and lonely at this moment. Back over in the peach blossom forest, Dragonie's tear-dropping cry continues to reverberate across this landscape with no end in sight. Zhengqi, first, and the others weren't doing so well either, their faces were all full of sadness. What are you all doing here? This abrupt intrusion of familiarity instantly catches their attention. It's a woman wearing a beautiful red dress. Though some parts are obviously torn and hurriedly mended with some threads, it still couldn't ruin that magnificent contour. Mother! Bai Yan was just in the middle of making a confused and surprised face at the group when the small little lump of tender flesh threw himself at her stomach. Because of this, she nearly couldn't catch him and fell over. Mother, I was so scared. The boy's hand tightens around her waist as if the very thought of letting go would mean losing his precious mother. I thought you wouldn't come back anymore and leave me alone here. All pitiful as he looks up, the boy had nothing left of that darkness from earlier, only the deep level of fear he felt. Did I scare you just now? Seeing the mirror all shattered on one side, she didn't need to guess what happened while she wasn't around. Tightly hugging the poor steam bun, she allows her own body's warmth to soothe that frightened heart. Don't worry, son, I won't leave you. Really? Perhaps the shock and possibility of losing Bai Yan was just too strong that the little guy actually showed distrust in the face. Look, didn't I come back as promised? Picking up the suspicious look coming from her own boy, the woman hurries to spread those arms out to show she's alive and well. Though the suspicious gaze didn't completely dissipate, but the explanation was enough to calm him enough to let go of that iron grip. Mother, you must take me along no matter where you go, okay? I am not a baggage. I can help and not make trouble too. Oh my baby, lifting the kid up to pat his back, the holy domain really isn't suitable for you, and not to mention I'm back, am I not? Don't worry, Xiaochen. If one day mother here ends up in the underworld, then I will fight my way back to you, believe me, okay? Making a stubborn shake of his little head, Bai Xiaochen clearly didn't agree to this idea. I won't let mother go to the underworld alone. Even if you do, I will also jump in there and force them to back off until we're home again. Okay, that comment literally melts her heart. Indeed, how could she refuse such a wonderful thing when her son's so sensible? In this life, the greatest choice she's ever made was to give birth to this little guy when all the world went against the idea. The mainland's change. 3. Now that her son's been appeased, Bai Yan immediately focuses in on the aggrieved-looking Missy that's been looking at herself the entire time. Were you scared as well, Dragony? Despite the gentle tone she used, it only had the counter effect and causes the lass to cry out like a waterfall. At the same moment, Dragony also threw herself at those arms, causing the tears to stain the clothes all over as well. Queen, you are the best person in the world to me, better than those relatives of mine. I don't want anything to happen to you. Patting that weeping girl's back, a touch of aching pain grips Bai Yan's heart. I know, Dragony, I know. Since the day I took you in, I have already thought of you as my daughter. Aside from me, Xiaochen and Little Rice is also your family. If I'm not around in the future, then you must support each other, understand? Nodding in a seemingly understanding manner, okay, I will wait for you to come back to us with His Highness like usual. Shifting her attention over to the 4 men now that she's done comforting the children, Bai Yan smiles first so she doesn't get yelled at. You rascal, Xingqi sounded almost grumpy and blaming. Would it hurt you to not scare the 3 of us for once? I'm sorry, Shifu, I know this is my fault. Bai Yan apologizes without a second delay. As the old saying goes, showing you're sorry always works when it comes to those whom cares about you. This was especially true when the entire situation was caused by her lack of forethought. Ache, Xingqi sighs helplessly at the woman's words. I just don't understand why you are so headstrong in that body of yours. Years ago you could have set up your own power by using the Holy Land's influence, but you never once revealed your identity and created all that you have today. I simply can't follow what goes that brain of yours. Qiu Shurong, 3rd, also shoots a stare at his own student there. Xingqi is right. From now on you can't do such dangerous things again and stay right here in the Holy Land where it's safe. You have connections in all 3 powers anyway, there's no need for you to risk your life. Bai Yan muddles through with her agreement and gets a relieved sigh from the 3rd Shifu. As if I will let her get into danger again as long as she stays in the Holy Land. Qiu Shurong vows to himself inwardly. Oh right, I have to leave the Holy Land for a while. I estimate it will be a few days before I return. You, the third elder nearly choked at his own breath. Pointing at the woman accusingly, he's completely red in the face and unable to sputter a word. Didn't she just promise me? How can she forget so soon? Not giving any of these seniors a chance to respond, Bai Yan swiftly snatches up both kids and made a run for the outer perimeter of the forest. Jumping up and down out of frustration, Qiu Shu Rong stamps his feet repeatedly. Rascal, hold it right there. That only made the woman slip away even faster. In a flash, Bai Yan and her children were completely out of view this time instead of just running off. That's literally Godspeed. Wanting to pursue the worrisome woman now that he's been had, Qiu Shu Rong was just about to move when Lord Chu Ran stopped him with a hand. Third elder, Bai Yan's path doesn't lie here, it lies in a world much further away. If we hinder her, it will only make things more difficult. Huffing a grunt at the Lord, I don't have any great ambitions, nor do I need my disciple to become the Lord and Master of existence. I only want her to live a safe and happy life, that is enough. Chu Ran smiles bitterly. Third elder, did you forget Bai Yan is the only one to ever walk out of the holy domain unscathed? In the past 3 years, the girl has succeeded in so many things that I can no longer see through her strength. So, the path that she wants to take isn't something you nor I can stop. The mainland's change, for Qiu Shu Rong's was stiff as a rock as he showed a bittersweet face. I know a dragon cannot be stopped from taking flight, that truth isn't unknown to me, Lord. But how do you expect me to just accept it as is? I only have this one precious disciple. Would you be able to bear watching her struggle so desperately? 2 lines of murky tears slowly trickles down that old senior's cheek, indicating how sorrowful and sad he really felt. Patting his younger brother's shoulder, Renee could easily relate to the third elder's emotion right now. But this was their student's choice and not for them to decide. Grandchefis. From out of the blue, a soft tender voice drifts over from the front. Looking up, Jingqi and his 2 brothers could see it was the boy returning to them from the front. Grandchefis, mother is afraid you won't let her leave, so she sent me over instead. She wants me to pass on these alchemic recipes to you 3 for practice while she's not around. Rummaging through his storage bag, the little steambun casually hands over a trove of treasure to these seniors. And, mother said all 3 grandchefs will always be her shifu regardless of where she runs off to. She will always cherish the time she spent here. After saying that, the boy did the most sensible thing and respectively gave them each a hug. Done with that, he also made sure to leave another message to the third elder. Third grandchefu, mother said she knows you care about her a lot, but don't worry, I will be with her. If mother does anything risky and I don't approve, then I will smack her bottom for you, okay? Sighing at the sensible words coming out of this little kid's mouth, Qiu Shu Rong just couldn't help but rub that head in resignation. You child. Oh, forget it, tell your mother I won't force her to stay. But if I ever learn of her risking her life again like this time, then she can forget about leaving the Holy Land. I will lock her up if I have to. Don't worry, third grandchefu, I will supervise mother in your stead. Nodding in agreement, Bai Xiachen was all in on this idea. He too has been scared out of his wits, so anything like the Holy Domain venture was out of the question from now on. Laughing at the child's poor attempt at being an adult, the third elder definitely felt a bit better now. Wiping some of those tears away, okay, your grandchefu here will believe in you. If your mother is not being good, then you must come back and tell us. I got it. Spreading his hands high like an innocent child, it's hard to doubt the boy's promise when he's acting so lovable. Everyone, I will miss all of you. Making a goodbye gesture, he then trotted back for the outer perimeter where the 2 ladies should be waiting still. Moment later, the tiny figure too was out of sight from this group. Yan Yan's fortune isn't bad at all. She's blessed with such a good and sensible son. Lord Chu Ran makes a long sigh despite the smile on his face. I wonder when I will be able to hold a grandson of my own. But with Yi Feng's personality, I doubt his children will be as lively and lovely as Xiachen. As for Yi, just getting the thought of how his own daughter would make the Lord squirm. He still hasn't forgotten the time where the kid and troublesome lass went and lit the treasury vault ablaze. They really lost some nice stuff during that incident. Oh, forget that thought. Leaving my hope on Yi is out of the question. If she starts having children, then wouldn't she start making trouble with those kids too? In any case, it's best not to marry off the girls so soon. Yes, that's the plan. Thankfully the princess herself didn't know what her old pa was thinking, otherwise she might just start crying. The mainland's change. 5. Mother, where are we going now? Outside the Holy Land, Bai Xiachen stops his mother and asks using that childish voice. We're going back to the medicine sect first before going to the lawn house to see your great-grandfather. Old Lord Land's love for her has always been true and from the heart, not because of anything else. Besides, it's been a while since she saw that side of her family, so it's only natural she make a visit. After we meet everyone, we will then go look for your uncle. Staring up into the sky, Bai Yan's thought wanders off into the question of not knowing where her younger brother was right now. No matter how confident she makes others believe, Bia Xiao would always be someone she cares about and worry for. Medicine sect. Sitting on a stone stool located inside a pavilion, Bai Changfeng places the black chess piece onto the board before laughing aloud. Senior Qi, that's my win again. Your condition isn't so good today, eh? I guess I'm just too tired today. Once I rest for a bit, then I'll be fine. The one known as Senior Qi smiles awkwardly. Losing is losing, what excuses are you making? Smiling right up to the eye, Bai Changfeng teases his peer, but since my mood is so nice today, I won't argue with you on that point. We can continue our matches tomorrow. Bang! Suddenly, loud smacking rumble knocks the two seniors off their idle state. Startled and alarmed, Bai Changfeng immediately gets up. What happened? Chief, I'll go out and see. Senior Qi's expression grew serious as he arches his fist. No, narrowing his eyes into a slit, the grandpa's expression was just as grave. I will go with you. This can't be normal if they dare to come find trouble. Having said that, he didn't waste any more time and blew forward for the main gate. Outside the medicine sect's main entranceway, a group of powerful masters are currently floating above in the air while the disciples of this major power cowered in fear against their might. By the time Bai Changfeng made it to the scene, all he saw was the shivering display of his men and the intense pressure coming downwards from these strangers. It's obvious what's happening and it's not looking good. Who are you people, and why are you coming to my medicine sect? The one to answer was the middle-aged man leading the group. Arrogant in the face, this person made no attempt to hide his contempt for those down below. We're taking this place now, all of you are to get lost. Bai Changfeng's expression promptly changed for the worse. These people want to occupy my home as soon as they come. Do they really think I'm so easily pushed over? This mountain is the foundation of my medicine sect, of course we're not going to give it to you people. Now leave. Hands behind his back, the grandpa was crystal clear in his denial. Glowing with a shady light now, the middle-aged man clearly didn't take this answer well. We of the Wu house from the spirit realm will not be denied. If you won't give up this mountain, then be prepared to fight for it. No more words needed, he gradually raises a hand to signal those behind himself. In an instant, a circle of people now surrounds those from the medicine sect. Due to the incredibly strong aura coming off of each individual, not even Bai Changfeng could remain unfazed. If I live, then my sect lives, if I die, then my sect dies. I, Bai Changfeng, will not yield. Chief! Those disciples were greatly shocked by what they heard. One of the more outspoken younglings speaks up using a weak tone. Chief, we can still rebuild the sect if we lose the mountain. These people are extremely strong from the outlook, and just now Elder Tian Lei didn't even last a single hit from one of them. Now he's seriously injured over there. The mainland's change. 6. There's only a handful of people within the medicine sect that could match up to Elder Tian Lei's strength, therefore it's not surprising some would begin to fear after seeing this senior be seriously injured with one blow. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, that's the sort of belief running through some of these disciples' head. I will not stop those who want to leave. Bai Changfeng states this with grim determination, and the ancestors have left word that we cannot abandon this place no matter the reasoning. After hearing the stubbornness of this old grandfather, some of the more cowardly individuals who feared death immediately began to show themselves. Standing up, they started to run off towards the base of the mountain with much regard for their peers. If Bai Changfeng said he's not disappointed by the betrayal, then he'd be lying. However, he didn't stop them because useless deaths today won't have any impact on the final fight. Of course, those who fled remains on the smaller side while more decided held the courage to stay till the end. What are you all doing? It was Elder Qi who stepped forward to yell at the traitors. His old face was livid as he points at the small group of fleeing youngsters. One of them turns after hearing the outcry. Elder Qi, I suggest you come with us as well. Do you see Elder Tian Lei to the side over there? That is what's going to happen to you if you stay. You didn't see it because you weren't here earlier, but the one who did that is nothing more than a subordinate of that man. Elder Qi's face went slightly green. To think our medicine sect would have such cowardly bastards like you all. If you leave now, then you are to never return. You must be kidding, right? Why would we come back when the medicine sect's about to become non-existent? Keeping our lives is more important. That said, the younger didn't waste any more time, rushed away for the outside. Although this one paid a huge price in order to enter the medicine sect back then, but today's choice won't be something he regrets. Why stay when it's certain death? Ho ho, some people here at least knows better. The middle-aged man makes a sarcastic sneer in that comment. I don't want to indiscriminately kill those who are innocent. Anyone who doesn't wish to stay is free to leave, I won't stop them. However, once the battle starts, then none is leaving here alive. Boom. After those words, the aura around this person immediately began to surge outward, shrouding the entire mountain in a thick coat of pressure. For some of the disciples who decided to stay till the end, they stayed because of Bai Changfeng's existence. The old grandpa's one of the strongest individuals out there in this world. So what if Elder Tian Lei was defeated in a single blow? Maybe their chief could turn the tide around. But now to experience the foe's aura firsthand and in person, many who are fully resolved to fight till the end was also starting to waver. It couldn't be helped, the pale-looking complexion on their chief told them things are looking bad. Chief, Elder Qi, I think those disciples are not exactly wrong. One of the meeker-sounding elders speaks up, let's not die here for something as simple as a mountain. A sect can be rebuilt anywhere as long as we have our people. What do you mean by that, Elder Lin? Elder Qi became enraged by his peers' lack of a backbone. Chief has his reasons for staying. If you are afraid of death, then you can leave with the rest of them. The mainland's change. 7. Elder Lin's old face had a look of shame. Silently moving back a few steps, his actions proved what sort of decision he has made right now. However, there were no other that followed his choice because everyone else now stands firmly behind Bai Changfeng to confront that mountainous pressure. Cackling menacingly, the middle-aged man grins at the foolish bunch. The last act of mercy from me has been given, it's you fools who didn't cherish it. Don't complain after you die. That said, he takes in another deep breath while waving his hand again. Begin. Aside from that Elder Lin, none of them is allowed to live. While the one known as Lin felt great at being able to survive this event, Bai Changfeng on the other hand was growing very tense and sharp in the face. Sweaty in that old hand, he locks onto the quickly closing enemy. Bang! Swinging to one side to avoid the first punch, this chief could feel the immense power that he so narrowingly dodged. Unfortunately, there are plenty more where that came from. The second blow came hitting hard and landed exactly on Bai Chongfeng's side. If not for his fast reaction of using the sword in his hand to stabilize that stance after being blown aside, he would have already fallen to the ground in the process. "Chief!" Elder Chi's face looked ghostly white. Hurrying to his superior's side, the senior tries hard to support that crumbling body. "Chief, are you all right?" Shaking that old head in response, Bai Chongfeng didn't have any time to say another word there because the next wave of attack was already at his face. Pushing the other senior away, he jumps right in this time to fight the enemy instead of just defending. If it was only one or two foes, then this lord and master of the medicine sect would have no problem resisting their blows. However, there are simply too many. 2 fists cannot counter a dozen hands, so naturally he would be on the losing end. As for the others remaining in the medicine sect, sadly, they're no more than toddlers in the eyes of these invaders. They aren't even worth their interest. PFFFF. After several exchanges, Bai Chongfeng's strength had gradually started to lose its momentum, therefore, he was already at his last stand and had no strength to resist when the sword came thrusting over from the back. In the end, the blade pierced right through his rib and out through that chest. Blurring out in his eyes from this critical injury, sorrow spreads out from the old grandpa's heart at the impending doom. It looks like this time the one to get the last laugh is going to be that old fart from the Misty Fairy house. If I die today, then Yan Yan will only have him as her grandfather and no one else to compete with him. But I still didn't get to see Ninger, daughter, get reunited with Yan Yan yet. Am I really going to pass on like this and join my wife? Oh fine, following my wife to the afterworld wouldn't be so bad. She must be lonely after spending so many years on the other side by herself. Guess it's time I joined her. In the end, the old grandpa burst out into a laughing fit. There are many regrets from dying today, but one thing he doesn't regret though was sending his son by jumping out of here before this event. Otherwise he might not be able to face his deceased wife. Suddenly, a hazy yet familiar face reflects into Bai Chongfeng's eyes while he was having all these negative thoughts. There's sadness and anger, but more were filled with pain in the woman's contour. So before one dies, they will hallucinate like the stories say. How come I'm seeing Yan Yan and her son back here? He mutters this to himself without any forethought. Yan Yan left with her husband to a distant place, there's no way she could be here. Yes, this is all an illusion, the picture before death. But this was no illusion like this old grandpa thought. Right when he's about to collapse and fall into darkness, that female he so dearly wishes to see had reached out to support his failing body. The mainland's change, 8, when Bai Chongfeng's consciousness was on the verge of drifting away into the darkness, a fleeting touch of soothing freshness catches him. It's a cold liquid being poured into his already bloodied mouth, and the effects were the quick mending of his wounds. Grandfather, I'm sorry I'm late. Bai Yan slowly places her patient down on the floor, afraid the slightest bump would harm the old man further. Who just attacked my grandfather? Though that voice was light and fluttery like a breeze, it's infused with an enormous form of killing intent where even the bravest man would find hard to not flinch at. That's the sort of face she's using against this group of rabbles who came to make trouble. It's me, the one responsible answered after a second of startlement. So what if but before this fool could say any more disgusting words to dirty the air, a flash of blinding light had shot in front of his face. In a time frame so fast that one could barely catch with the naked eye, Bai Yan was able to reach over and directly rip one of the man's arm right off, leaving that open wound gushing with blood without any chance of retaliation. Ah! The ear-piercing scream didn't come until quite a while later. At first the individual didn't even realize what had happened to himself, but after turning his head and looking down at the spraying blood coming out of his shoulder, that's when the pain finally registers into the brain. Sometimes the senses aren't able to keep up with reality due to the immense shock the body experiences, and that's exactly what happened here today. Towards this gruesome picture, none dared to make a move. Aside from that one fool screaming cries of pain, everyone else was overwhelmed and fell into a deadly silence. To be clear, it's not just those from the medicine sect who were shocked, those from the spirit realm were as well despite their immense power strength. But then again, how could they not? If this maimed person could defeat one of the elders here in the medicine sect without so much as a sweat, then what does that make this lady who just barged in on the fight? Clearly she's beyond powerful and a major threat to the invaders. Who else injured my grandfather? Bai Yan's sharp threatening gaze scans the area until that pair of eyes eventually locks onto the leader of the bunch. Flickering with a cold light, the middle-aged man roars out in frustration, "Kill everyone here in the medicine sect, do not allow anyone leave here alive." In that instant, those who were dazed out by this sudden intrusion had come back to their senses. Surrounding Bai Yan from all angles, the invaders had no intention of letting her escape. Hump. Bai Chong Feng has now gradually regained his clarity after being healed by that medicine he ingested. He's unsure what's going on still at the moment, but when he saw the woman's confronting position before the enemy, his expression instantly turned ugly and distraught. "What are you doing by coming back? Hurry and leave, go as far away as possible." The last words there were yelled out using the last of his strength, thus exhausting the old grandpa's body entirely. "Leave, hurry and leave." Seeing the inaction of his precious granddaughter, Bai Chong Feng attempts to yell out his pleadful cry for the second time only to almost lose his old voice. "Grandfather, don't be afraid, mother will be all right." A childish voice came from the side. It's only then that the grandfather finally notices the two little fellas beside himself. It was Bai Xiaochen and Dragony that's trying to appease his woes. "Why are you here, Xiaochen? How can your mother bring you to such a dangerous place? Quickly leave, you must leave. It doesn't matter where, but you can't stay here." Forcibly pushing himself up, the old grandfather wanted to shoo the two kids away before it's too late. "I believe in mother." The kid swings to one side and narrowingly avoids the hand coming over. "You," that old lip stammers continuously out of helpless frustration. Originally he thought the girl and her son's return was just his own illusion. Clearly it's not, and he's falling into a panic at their insistence to stay. Angry, one, they have nothing to do with me anymore, nor will they stay here. Bai Chong Feng wants to salvage the last bit of hope he has left by making up this lie, so, let them leave the mountain. They are not involved in this. The middle-aged man sneered at the obvious deceit. "If it was before then perhaps, I would have agreed to the request. Unfortunately for you though, this woman harmed one of my subordinates. Now I won't let a single one of you escape." Hurt his subordinate? Baffled by what he's heard, Bai Chong Feng shifts his attention over to the indicated man wearing the gray robe. The blood leaking out of that freshly made wound told the entire story. The way the woman ripped off his arm was ruthless and cold. There's still blood dripping downwards and the veins and muscles dangling there were gruesome just by looking. That guy, it was Yan who injured him. Just as the old grandpa remained stuck in his stunned state, those followers of the middle-aged man have begun to move towards the dangers in front of herself. Bai Yan stands firm with her reddish blade in hand. She's not scared at being outnumbered. In fact, those eyes only had a chilling coldness to them. Yenner. Seeing that rosy figure rushing right into danger, this poor grandfather felt immeasurable sadness and distress. He's angry at himself for being so useless and hateful at these enemies for putting the girl in danger. As a result, the injury he barely recovered from decides to have a relapse. Coughing hard, blood comes flying out of that throat and making a mess of things. Dragony, look after grandfather for me, don't let him make any sudden movement. Furrowing his cute little brow, Bai Xiaochen moves up a step to get a better position. But Prince, what are you planning to do? Blinking her maiden eyes, the dragoness asks with curious light. Of course I'm going to get some help from my mother, you silly. There's seriousness in the kid's face despite that adorably cuddleable appearance. Clearing his throat, a strange sonic wave came out of that mouth next. Though the sound wasn't very loud at all, practically silent even to everyone except Dragony, but it carried an almost magical power. The reasoning being that those demon beasts currently hiding away inside this mountain, they're reacting to the sound wave. More precisely, they heard the summoning and was rushing over in haste. While the kids were doing their own thing, Bai Yan's fight was now at a climax. She's slain many of these invaders already and left their bodies littered across the mountain. Towards this picture, the coward elder Lin who feared for his life before was growing more and more ugly with each passing second. He knows, if the lady could truly turn the tide by herself, then the consequences of his own actions earlier would not go well for himself. It's making him very uncomfortable at the moment. But, taking another look at the middle-aged man standing in the rear, Elder Lin's ugly expression slowly relaxes again. If his subordinates are this powerful, then this man himself must be even stronger. Yes, Bai Yan will definitely die when confronting that man. What's going on? Suddenly, an earth-shaking tremor catches everyone's attention. Shifting their attention towards the general direction of where that sound came from, they could see the deserting disciples from earlier running back up to their spot with panic in their faces. What's going on? Elder Lin asks with a grim expression. The monsters, there's a lot of demon beasts back there. One of the disciples nearly burst into tears when answering, we were running down the mountain when our group was overrun by a large stampede of demon beasts. Those monsters trampled some of us alive and only some of us made it back up here. Angry, too, but what's happening here? Why did so many of that Lord's people die? When the disciple who explained their reasoning for return questioned this, his eyes unexpectedly fell upon Bai Yan's existence. In that moment, his eyes dilated with shock. Bai Yan. How did this woman get here? Just as the group of deserters were having their moment of surprise, the demon beast summoned by Bai Xiaochen has now reached their location as well. Pouring in from all direction, the horde of frenzy-looking monsters were shaking up the entire mountain with their stomps. At the same time, somewhere in the horizon, a ginormous flock of black cloudy mass quickly converges on the spot. This aerial horde was mainly comprised of demon birds that could take flight, but there's also exceptions like certain ground-based species that had the strength to fly on their own power. Under this impressive display of numbers, Bai Xiaochen now stands at the forefront of his army. And for some reason, the sky has darkened too, with thundering lightning strikes raining down constantly from above. Despite this dangerous situation, none of those sparks ever landed on the kids' location, only disappearing as soon as they came close. That's the might of a king. Though still a little king, but a king nonetheless. What are you all doing? Hurry and go help my mother. If she so much as lose a single strand of hair, then I will have Batty Father skin you all. Roar! All of the monsters in sight didn't need no further urging. Rushing over at the gray-robed subordinates of that middle-aged man, they made trivial work of the invaders by tearing some of them to pieces. No matter how strong these men are, tens of thousands of claws and fangs are not something to be trifled with, especially when some of them are equally as strong or only slightly inferior. In a blink of an eye, a good number of the invaders had perished from the first charge, leaving only the stronger ones alive and struggling for their lives. The middle-aged man's face became dark at this image. No longer able to keep his cool, he lashes out with extreme rage, all of you scram. Of course, the demon beasts summoned by the boy paid no heed to the threat and continued their attack. In the end, not even a soul was left. Evil uncle, not long ago people from the spirit realm also went to the demon realm to make a mess of things and even wanted to tame my father. Bai Xiaochen's face had on a big-ass grin. I gotta say, compared to those people, your strength is so lacking. Though these invaders are all from the spirit realm, there are divisions separating the weak and the strong. The force that went with the girl to attack the demon realm fell into the latter, while this group here in the medicine sect are considered weak by standard. And a sly chuckle escapes that tiny mouth. You were only able to bully my great-grandfather because of your numbers. Now I like to see you do the same now that you're on the receiving end. It's without question that these demon beasts summoned by the kid would lose to these men if it's one-on-one, too bad though it's a mob fight. I told you all to stop. Despite that long speech, the middle-aged man never once paid any heed to the boy. Going red in the eye, he raises his hand to summon up a twister. For those at the outermost edge of the mob, the poor animals were all flung across the air and onto the ground further away. A dust of cloud gets riled up from the mess. You guys step back. Bai Yen orders the creatures to back off, her eyes showing an intense killing aura at the middle-aged man. Leaving a clearing for their queen over that command, what's left of the main group of invaders were nothing but white bones scattered across the dirt. It's startling to believe 1 minute ago these people were still alive, and the next they're no more than bones. Angry, 3, at least you know your own place and is smart enough to have these monsters retreat. For that, I'll let you have the pleasure of keeping your body intact after I kill you. Sharpening his gaze, the aura around the middle-aged man grew ominous and terrifying. No, you're wrong, Bai Yen snickers a laugh at that comment. I had them retreat because I want to avoid unnecessary casualty. I alone am enough to deal with someone like you. The pompous statement enraged the foe. Sarcastic in his voice, nothing but a speck of sand, how dare you try to compete with a shining pearl? I will show you what it means to cross those whom you shouldn't. He attacked right away, churning up a blistering torrent of wind in his movement. Because of how lightning fast this person went at, the man was able to easily traverse the distance in a flash. Against this amazing speed, Bai Yen didn't care honestly. Right as that palm strike's about come thrusting over, all she had to do was swing to one side using her own agility in order to avoid. And that's not all. By taking advantage of this opening, she's able to slash down with her own sword as a counter-maneuver. The middle-aged man was shocked by the strike. Zipping away at the last crucial moment before the blade slices through his chest, the blow misses its target and comes down at the nearest mountain peak instead. The concentrated slash splits the earth with ease in the next. Witnessing this display of power from one side, those who remained were truly astounded and stunned by what they saw. This was especially true for those traders who defected from the medicine sect because the image of that peak being their own heads just popped into their minds. As a result, they all instinctively gulped for fear of it becoming a reality. This woman, how did she become so powerful? It's too bad for her though, no matter how strong she gets, she could never be a match for that lord. Yes, that's the sort of damning words running through their heads. Despite this, the horror and panic in those eyes betrayed their true thoughts. This girl, Bai Chang Feng cluelessly stares at the split mountain peak that's careening down the hill. Eventually a helpless laugh escapes the old grandpa's mouth. It looks like I really am getting old. Now the world belongs to the younger generation and not us old bones. Elder Qi also eased his emotions from the initial tension. Smiling at his liege, what are you saying, Chief? How many youngsters out there do you think can compare with the young miss? Only a wise and powerful man like you, Chief, could produce such an outstanding young lady. There won't be another like her. Now that's some bootlicking talk right there. Even so, it's definitely hitting the bullseye with Bai Chang Feng's heart. Grinning right up to the eye, haha, you are absolutely right. Who can compare with my granddaughter? If only Ninger, daughter, could be here, then she will certainly be very gratified with her daughter's achievement. Also, I have said it earlier. Those who defect from the medicine sect will certainly regret their decision. Turning his attention to that Lin after seeing the worry disappearing from his liege, Elder Qi didn't bother to hide his ridiculing gaze at the other side. Perhaps ashamed for himself, or just enraged by the sarcastic comment, but the one known as Lin grew ferocious in his rebuttal. And how do you know Bai Yen will come out on top? All she did was split a peak, that's nothing. She doesn't have the power to compete with this lord. Grunting at the accursed thought, Elder Qi didn't want to waste any more attention on his former peer. The only person he wants to see now was the fight between Bai Yen and the man. Well, the truth was this old senior only said those bolstering words in order to comfort his liege. Elder Chi didn't have full confidence the woman could come out on top like Lin said. After all, the strength of this middle-aged man was there for all to see. It's beyond what they could muster, and that's a fact. Demon King Ditsang, 1. Compared to the tension felt by the various members of the medicine sex people, the middle-aged man had on more of a frown than unease when facing his foe. He's no longer underestimating Bai Yan and takes her as a dangerous opponent. Then just when he's deliberating on what to do next regarding the problem before himself, that's all the delay it was needed for another opening to happen. Swinging her sword downward from above, Bai Yan crosses the distance even faster than the middle-aged man did earlier. This feat numbed the foe because he knew this didn't bode well for himself. Boom! A loud rocking tremor shakes the earth, followed by another mountain peak being sliced apart by the blade aura. But instead of rolling down the hill like the last, this time the entire thing crumbles apart in mid-air before scattering the rubbles across the area. Everyone literally felt a chill running down their backs at this sight, including the middle-aged man, because the after-effect was a destructive storm of blades swirling around in the air. Dodging this next attack would be difficult even for him. Sure enough, that robe on the man got torn to rags and left him injured all over. Gritting his teeth, those eyes turned red as he glared at the woman. If not for the blade storm stopping at the last moment, he would have fallen right out of the sky due to the damage. To think just now you didn't use your full strength when facing my subordinates, ha ha ha. The man bellows out a laugh despite the blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. Fine, this time it's my mistake for underestimating you. There's no hindrance for him to admit defeat, but for those traitors of the medicine sect, they are growing increasingly more agitated. This was absolutely true for Elder Lin, who defected at the end. The old man's pale to begin with after seeing Bai Yan's power, and now he could barely keep his legs straight. Lord Wu, how can you lose? I know this woman's power the best, she's only at the monarch rank. She's not even a match for our chief. How can she best you? Yes, Bai Yan's only bluffing, she can't be these people's opponent. If this man really lost, then my fate will be just as miserable. The joy on Elder Chi's face hasn't even disappeared yet when he overheard his former peer's damning comment. Red in his eyes, the old senior lashes out at the other one. What did you say? How could the young miss not win? Don't forget, you were also an elder of the medicine sect before. From beginning to end, Bai Yan did not say much until now. Locking onto the enemy, she speaks using a faint voice of indifference. I will only ask you once, why are you people from the spirit realm coming to make trouble for the medicine sect? Shuddering somewhat at the inferior position he's now in, the middle-aged man grinds his molar and refuses to answer. Won't answer. She snickers coldly. Fine, I won't force you, it doesn't matter if you won't say anyways. Oh yes, I want to tell you that when I kill someone, I never leave their soul behind either, meaning you will not have the chance to reincarnate. In response to that last bit, the man himself almost burst out screaming in horror. He couldn't believe what he's heard, but based on his judgment of this woman, it's a certainty she would do as she says. I'll speak. I myself don't know the exact details either. It was my family's chief who sent us to occupy this location, as well as the Holy Land and Misty Fairy House. Demon King Ditsang, too, when that news came forward, Bai Chang Feng was the first to react. Dilating his old eyes inward in shock, he stares over to his granddaughter like he's expecting some sort of storm. Did you just say the Holy Land and Misty Fairy House also got people heading their way? Darkening in her face, Bai Yan's increasingly aura causes all of those weaker to lower their heads. They couldn't and didn't have the nerve to directly look up. You are, perhaps becoming aware of Bai Yan's true power level, the middle-aged man literally pops his eyes while shouting out that discovery. But his last words did not have the chance to finish because the woman's palm strike had come flying over front. Landing directly on his forehead, the blow directly destroys his brain out and leaves behind a gory mess of a headless corpse crashing to the ground. Yen yen. Bai Cheng Feng asks with uncertainty. Tightly clenching her fist, Bai Yen didn't waste any time to explain her intent. Grandfather, you take everyone down to rest first, I'm going to go save everyone first. If her 3 shifts didn't save her all those years ago, then perhaps she and her son would have already died by some unknown danger. For that reason and the love she enjoyed from those 3, she just couldn't walk away. And then there's also her own father that she must save. Anyone who hurts her family and loved ones will never be allowed to live. Queen, I will bring you to them. Please ride me. Dragony comes over to the woman's side, her eyes showing hopeful light. When you were inside that domain for training, I discovered I could fly really, really fast. Though it's not always fast and can be slow sometimes, but we can only try in this case. Okay, Dragony, thank you. She didn't reject the young missy's good intention. Holding her son in one hand, son, we're going back to the Holy Land first. Holy Land. Losing its peaceful calm air, the place has now turned into a smoldering battlefield of death and pain. It's a horrific scene where the countless bodies are dyed in their own blood. That's how huge the earlier battles must have been. Lord Chu Ran was still standing at this moment, but this man knew there's no chance left for them to win this fight. Gripping his sword in frustration for being so weak, he shouts aloud, everyone retreat. Lord! For a time, the frontline fighters all turned their heads to look over in the man's direction, their eyes showing unwillingness. First Elder, Chu Ran's eyes met Jing Qi's. First, the final battle with these people are unavoidable. I know everyone is willing to fight them to the end, but they're too strong for us. In order to avoid further causality. Closing his eyes, the master of this place seems to have come to a decision. Take the remaining disciples and elders to the Holy Island. There is a protective barrier around the place and can resist their attacks for a while. I will stay behind to hold their advances for as long as I can. Lord, we can't. Jing Qi exclaims. It's an order. Inhaling deeply, Chu Ran solemnly says, these young talents are our Holy Land's foundation. If fate is unforgiving and I fall here today, then I want you to lead them in supporting my son Yifeng to become the new Lord of the Holy Land. He's the master of the Holy Land. If he doesn't stand and fight, then who else should he send? His subordinates, or these disciples who barely started their journey in life. As a famed master and their leader, he does have some self-recognition despite what his daughter thought of him. Also, Chu Ran's mouth suddenly formed a happy smile. Help me pass on a message to that worrisome lass. Tell Bai Yen to find out the identity of these invaders and get revenge for me. I know she will one day become the ruler of this world with her exceptional talent. Demon King Di Tsang, 3. What's there to fear death? When the time comes, Bai Yen will certainly avenge me so my death will not be in vain. Lord, Ren Yi and others were going pale. They wanted to say something to persuade their lord to change his mind but was blocked by a hand. Leave, we're going back to the Holy Island at once. Boss. The remaining elders all exclaimed, their faces showing incredulous at Jing Qi, first, whose sight continues to lock onto Chu Ran who had already rushed into the battlefield. There's pain in the first elder's face. For the sake of the Holy Land, we can only retreat. I can't let the remaining seeds be buried here today. Do they believe he's not heartbroken for abandoning their lord? But as an elder, the first elder at that, Jing Qi has a duty to see to the Holy Land survival and the lineage be passed on. There's also the responsibility of supporting Yifeng in becoming the next Saint Lord, so he and these disciples mustn't die. At the very least not until Yifeng can stand on his own. Once that happens, I can happily go off to avenge Chu Ran if I must. As sorrowful and saddening as this tragedy was, Chu Ran could not continue to wait for his people to dilly-dawdle around like this because he couldn't continue to fend off the enemy like this. At this rate he's going to lose and it's free picking at that point. What are you all waiting for? Go. PFFF. It's this momentary diversion that's left the man opened. Taking a heavy hit to the shoulder area, Chu Ran stumbles backward from the blow and spills out a mouthful of blood. Though taking a hit was by no means a good sign, it did have an effect of knocking everyone back to their senses. Not only by staying did they not provide any tangible help, they're in fact dragging their lord down by being a hindrance. Giving Chu Ran one final apologetic glance, they all rushed towards the inner sector of the Holy Land. Meanwhile on the opposite end, the enemies didn't place any importance on the fleeing group. In their eyes, these people are insignificant ants, so it played into Chu Ran's benefit. Besides, once they finished with the Lord, then the rest would fall into their hands naturally. I, Chu Ran, may not be good enough to stop you assailants here today, but I can use my life to save all of the disciples under my charge. Bellowing out a laugh, this Lord releases all of his powers. Exploding with an intense burst of air, his hair tie breaks away to allow those thin strands to flutter against the wind, making him almost savage-looking due to all the injury he's suffered so far. Let my ancestors be my witness. At the expense of never being able to reincarnate after I die, I will stop these enemies here today. To meet that vow and conviction, even the sky has darkened with claps of thunder rocking the air. Not far away, Jingqi seems to have sensed this anomaly. Turning around to gaze up to the sky where the epicenter should be, a trickle of tears slowly flows down the old senior's cheek. Lord, he's using that method after all. Even if the price is that heavy. Damn it. I must make the Holy Land much stronger than it is now in the future. I must get revenge for the Lord. Brother Rennie, second, also found something off about this, but because he doesn't know as much as the first elder, he frowns and only inquired for the details. What's the matter? Nothing. Changing from grief to firmness in his voice, the first elder shakes his head before peering over to the remaining disciples. You all saw it today. For everyone here, the Lord is sacrificing himself so we can all live. In the future you all must train hard so that your strengths can be stronger than these enemies. We must pay blood with blood. This debt will not be forgotten. The disciples of the Holy Land are all red in their eyes and the seed of hatred have firmly taken root in their hearts. Blood for blood. The loud echoing voices was united and strong enough to fall into Chu Ran's ear, who's still fighting to defend the main gateway. Demon King Ditsong, 4. Chu Ran closes his eyes in gratification. The fact that they would avenge him was all the solace he needs when sacrificing himself. This isn't good, he's going to blow himself up. Seeing the momentum climbing higher and higher around the person, the leading opponent promptly revealed a trace of panic in that face. Lord Wu is with the others at the medicine sect. We must find a way to stop this bastard before it's too late. Medicine sect. Chu Ran's face turned ugly at that name. There's a grave idea running through his head and it's not something he wants to believe. That was Bai Yen also being at the medicine sect. No. No way. I must inform First Elder and them, they must go stop the last before she bumps head with these people. PFFF. Due to the stress while he's gathering energy, another splurt of blood came spewing out of Chu Ran's throat, causing him to stain his own robe and nearly losing his voice. This is it, my life is coming to an end. Just as his face grew more and more dire, a familiar figure had suddenly come into his line of sight from the forefront. It's a pretty-looking girl wearing a yellow-colored dress. Though noble in nature, the young miss did not lose that playful air that's expected of a maiden. But instead of the usual smile he's become accustomed to from the other side, there's fear and horror in those feministic eyes. In that split second of recognizing his own daughter, Chu Ran's heart nearly exploded and stopped beating entirely. Run away. He wanted to scream his thoughts out so she would understand what he wants, but his throat felt dry and husky, almost painful to even move air through them. Before he knew it, Chu Yi was already coming up to his location and within the blast radius when he self-destructs. There are only two girls whom Chu Ran takes as his own daughter. The first would of course be this troublesome lass who came running back against his wishes, the other being Bai Yan, who's likely facing off against the other group of invaders. To say fate's cruel at this moment was no understatement. Am I going to lose a daughter right before I die, and at my own hands at that? He closes his eyes in despair, waiting for the impending explosion from within his own core. Yet, despite his wait, nothing happened. There's no loss of his senses, nor are there the smoldering smell of smoke and fire in the air. It's strange and odd. Ha! What's going on? Stiff as a rock, Chu Ran gradually opens his eyes again, too afraid the next picture would be something devastating and cruel. But his worries are for naught, to be honest. Looking up, all he saw was that silvery and purplish figure being reflected into his eyes. Hands behind the back, he nearly fell into a hypnotized state when glancing over that face. It's too surreal and handsome, yet devilish at the same time. Such a contour was beyond anything this lord has ever seen. Where's Bai Yan? Just when Chu Ran was speculating on the identity of this newcomer, the other side had already spoken up using a voice that sounded like it had power in there. Pa! Not letting the man himself reply at all, Chu Yi had thrown herself at her old pa's arm. Tearing up in the face, Pa, you scared me to death just now. I thought I would never see you again. That comment only annoyed the receiving end of that outcry. Didn't I tell you to go? Why did you come back? Demon King Ditsang, 5, making a baffled face, the girl was taken aback by her old pa's word. When did you tell me to go? How come I didn't know? I said it so many times in my heart. Are you deaf or something? Heart. Chu Yi became petrified. How can I hear what you're saying when it's only in your heart, Pa? Are we not father and daughter? Are you even my own? How can you not connect with my heart? Why can't you hear my words without me saying it? The scene of how close he came to doing something he would regret even in death still throbs against the man's heart. That's how intense that moment was. But the troublesome girl here wouldn't know that, would she? Making grieving face, the only thing the lass could do was stand to one side like a good daughter. Humph. Suddenly, a displeased grunt catches their attention from the front. Those who are from the spirit realm are moving again after sensing the danger around themselves. Without question, their target was the silvery-haired man floating above. However, right as they're about to make contact with Ditsang there, what occurred wasn't any explosive impact or something like that, it's themselves being blown away by a sweeping gesture of wind and force. Watching the littered enemies on the ground, then at the dominating demon king in the air, Chu Yi could only make a silent apology to her own brother. For the Holy Land, for Pa, and to defeat these enemies. She as the sister could only be the traitor this time around. Brother-in-law. Chu Yi's face revealed a oh-so-sweet smile. You finally came to save us. My father almost got killed by these people. Brother-in-law. Chu Ran's expression became stiff as a rock. When did Yi have another sister? How come I didn't know? Chu Yifeng's sister. Ditsang's complexion improved a little after seeing who it was. Of course, the main reason he's so polite wasn't because of Chu Yifeng, but rather it's for his own wife's sake and that brother-in-law word. If anything, that Chu Yifeng should be his love rival. He. Chu Ran points his shaky finger at the Demon King, that face showing extreme fright. Then turning back to his own daughter, there's a look of distraught and disbelief. Did your brother become gay? It's not easy for this single dad to raise a pair of children, and now his own son's being stolen away by another man. But then something was better than nothing. At least his boy now has a partner instead of being a solo all his life. Just when Chu Ran desperately tried to convince himself that it's okay for his son to be that way, Yi's irritated voice decides to cut and shatter his distasteful illusion. What nonsense are you going on about, Pa? My old bro is a normal and straight guy. Shooting a hard stare at this silly father of hers, the girl honestly didn't know what to do with this man-child. Showing a pleasant face after turning to Deetsang, brother-in-law, don't get me wrong, I only helped my brother pursue Bai Yan because he forced me to, it's not voluntary. Chuckling at that obvious lie, the Demon King didn't care and happily accepted the verbal bribery. That true? Of course. Chu Yi's eyes grew bright at the catch. Bai Yan recognizes you, so then of course you are my brother-in-law. Me and her are like sisters, closer than blood even, so that makes me your sister-in-law. Yet somehow Deetsang didn't want to admit this sister-in-law. Seeing how unmoved her idea was to the other side, Chu Yi knew she had to take out the big guns. Biting her lower lip, and we will be family not just in name, but in reality. Bai Yan has already promised to let me marry her brother Bai Shao. The boy himself wasn't here anyways. Regardless of what she says, Bai Shao wouldn't know, so it's a good trade to coerce Deetsang into getting revenge on these people. For someone that's recognized as a dumbaklutz, Chu Yi sure knows how to pick her targets. Demon King Deetsang, 6. Want me to kill this group for you? Deetsang only needs a glance to read what this girl has schemed. Chu Yi desperately nods. I can help you, but in the future you cannot help your brother in any way. Pausing in his words, he makes an awkward cough to clear that throat. Also, you must help me convince Yan Yan to give me a litter of little foxes in the future. Chu Yi vehemently nods her head this time around. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I will definitely stand on your side and not help my brother. If Chu Yifeng were to hear the girl's blasphemous words, then he would surely cry foul and that he raised a traitorous sister. But then while they're having the conversation, that group of attackers had come flying at Deetsang for a second time without warning. Instead of simply sweeping away these foes like the previous, he unleashes a wave of flame that instantly engulfs the group. For a time, screams of terrible pain could be heard from those burning pyres on the floor. Towards this scene, Chu Yi inherently gulped at that overwhelming power. It's no wonder Bai Yan chose him, that strength is superior to even brothers. Are you Bai Yan's husband, Xiaoqin's father? Showing a shocked and stunned face, Chu Ran finally got it now and understood who this powerful silvery-haired man was. Before, he never connected the link between Deetsang and Bai Yan. After all, it's no secret his son tried pursuing the woman before. Therefore, this Demon King had no reason to save himself or his daughter. But apparently his dark side had gotten the better of himself. Where is Bai Yan? Deetsang asks again after noticing the extra attention from the man-child. Igniting the fear in his heart, Chu Ran makes a flustered face at the thought. Bai Yan went back to the medicine sect, and I heard these people say they also sent other powerful masters over there. I fear she might have met them along the way and is in danger. In that second, an extremely thick and suffocating aura seeped out of Deetsang's body, making everyone nearby extremely uncomfortable. Not waiting for Chu Ran to say the second sentence, that purplish figure has disappeared from the sky, behind leaving nothing but empty space and a bristling gust of wind due to that flash step. Pa, is it true about what you just said, that Bai Yan is in danger? Tugging at her old pa's sleeve, Chu Yi sounded urgent and distressed. I'm afraid so, Yi. This man's strength is not low. If he can catch up to her, then things might not be as bad as I think, but he's afraid that the guy wouldn't make it in time. Then the worst might just come to pass. No, he will definitely make it. Tightly clenching her dainty fist, Chu Yi kept comforting her own heart by chanting this. Perhaps the spell worked because her mood did get a bit better afterwards. Oh right, you mentioned something about you and Bai Yan's brother. Suddenly, Chu Ran seems to have remembered something else. Is it true? He doesn't know why either, but the idea of her daughter having a child of her own brought shivers down his spine. The picture of Yi pulling along another steam bun to light fire across the Holy Land would scare anyone, so the blame doesn't fall on him. It's not his fault the troublemaker had priors. It's better this troublesome girl doesn't marry lest she brings out another mini version. Of course, she purses that lip to one side, fake. That's good then. The father promptly exhales a relieved sigh. What do you mean by that, Pa? Chu Yi narrowed in her eyes. Are you saying I'm not fit to deserve him? No, I think it's better for you not to tarnish a pure young teen. Misty Fairy House Crisis 1. Chu Yi's expression went stiff. This. Is he even my pa? It can't be that I was picked up off the streets, now right? Chu Ran then pats his daughter's shoulder like he wants to add something else to his words in order to make it not so wrong. However, a slight chuckle from somewhere had caught their ears and pulled their full attention aside. Did you anger the Lord again? The voice couldn't any more familiar. Swinging their heads around, what reflected into their eyes were Bai Yan's gorgeous figure. Tearing up in the face, Chu Yi just couldn't hold it in. You're all right, Bai Yan. I'm so happy. Sister Yi. Popping his little head out from behind his mother's back, Bai Xiaoqin's cuddly face had on a big giant smile. Are you hoping my mother never be born or something? No, of course not, you silly. Wiping some of those tears, Chu Yi also burst out a big giant smile of her own. I'm just too happy that you are all okay. Pa said there are powerful masters heading to the medicine sect, so we were worried about your safety. You don't have to worry about us. We've also heard about those people heading to the Holy Land and Misty Fairy House. That's why we're here to check up on your well-being. But it looks like my help isn't needed here anymore. Actually, Bai Yan, you're one step late. Your man was here just moments ago and he only left because we told him you were at the medicine sect. He's chasing over there for you right now. Sighing at the missed encounter, Chu Yi lamented the fact that the pair were so close in meeting. Bai Yan didn't mind. Still smiling in the face knowing that the Holy Land's safe, Lord, I won't stick around to chat any longer now that you're all safe. The Misty Fairy House still needs my help. Not giving the pair down below to say more, Bai Yan pats the dragoness's head. Let's go, Dragony, they still need our help. Dragony? Chu Yi and Chu Ran were both gobsmacked by the dragon's identity. That little ass who always followed behind Xiaoqin's back is this dragon. It's as I suspected. I knew Bai Yan and Xiaoqin aren't going to be ordinary back when I first met them. Watching those fleeting figure that's quickly disappearing off into the horizon, Chu Ran issues a long sigh. Good thing she is a grateful person who knows how to return good with kindness. You must stay on good terms with them so that when I pass on, I won't have to worry about you. Getting slightly emotional in the eyes, the girl didn't want to hear it. Pa. Your brother Yifeng is destined to have his own fate in life. He won't be able to give you protection. That's why I want you to follow behind Bai Yan and learn from her. My hope is that she can shelter you. Pa, you are not going to protect me anymore. No, you silly. Regardless of how strong a person becomes, there will always be an end. If I don't make a breakthrough, then it will only be a few decades more before I die. Then I won't be able to shelter you anymore. Perhaps it's the way he said it, or that white sideburn, but his appearance has caused the girl to start whimpering with sadness. In this world, what father doesn't want to protect their own children? Don't assume just because Chu Ran likes to berate Chu Yi as a troublemaker that he doesn't care for her. He does, and a lot at that. Otherwise, why else would he make plans well ahead of his own passing? Misty Fairy House Crisis 2. And Chu Ran turned his head to the girl. You should know there will always be stronger masters out there than your old man. Who knows when your pa here will leave you forever one day, so my hope now is that you will listen to Bai Yan's words. Though that one has a bad temper, but aside from your brother and you, she is the other person in this world I trust the most. You won't suffer by follow her instructions. Chu Yi's heart trembled at those heartfelt words. In all the years she's been living, she's always been playing and playing, but now, for the first time in her short lifespan, there's a strong impulse. An impulse to get stronger. Back then she could always rely on her brother and Pa to hold up the heavens for herself, and then Bai Yan came along to be the third, that's why she never feared anything in life. But now, she wants to do it herself. Pa, I understand. I must be stronger, only by being stronger than everyone else will I be able to protect the Holy Land in Pa's stead. Perhaps Chu Ran didn't realize it at the time, but this invasion by a foreign power has caused the mentality in this girl to change, and that twinkling light, those eyes were evident of Yi's perseverance. Fairy City. When Bai Yan first stepped through the ruins of the Wang family's estate, her heart literally sank at the tragedy that has fallen this household. It's a devastating scene. There's blood everywhere and countless bodies piled across the courtyard. Just like his mother, Bai Xiaoqin's reaction was just as bad but more exaggerated due to his tender age. Running inside with a panicking face, Wang Xiaopeng, chubby, Wang Xiaotong, sister, Uncle Wang. He searched and searched. Sadly, the kid found no traces of the pair of siblings that he so dearly wishes to see. Mother. Clinging onto the woman's dress after failing to find anyone, the little steambun's tear-stricken face looked pale and horrified. Xiaopeng and Xiaotong are both gone, I can't find them or Uncle Wang anywhere. Did they face an accident like the rest here? Giving her son a comforting rub on the head, think positive, it's good that you didn't find them yet. It proves they are still alive. Really? There's a pinch of hope in the kid's face, mother must be right. If I can't find their bodies, then that can only mean they either ran away or hid somewhere. Then from out of the blue, a slight rustling sound from another spot of the manor had caught their attention. Before the boy only searched the main rooms and guest rooms, not the wooden shack housing the firewood near the kitchen. Therefore, Bai Yan's gaze almost immediately turned towards that direction without a second thought after picking up the movement. There must be someone inside the firewood shack in that direction. Lowering her voice in a hushed tone, she leads the boy and little Missy over in tittering steps. Come, we will go see. It didn't take much walking to reach their destination, only a few turns around the corner. Using her hand, Bai Yan pushes the door open following a creaking sound of rusted metal and old wood. There, she could see the young girl holding a kitchen knife. She's only around 8 to 9 years old, but that terrified face and crying tears told the other side she must have experienced something horrible. Xiaotong. Startled at first, Bai Xiaoqin's face immediately turned from surprise to great joy. Maybe it's the familiar voice of the boy, or it's her name being called out, but the young girl dropped that kitchen knife and literally threw herself at the other side. She wailed and cried wholeheartedly at that moment like she's pouring out those pent-up emotions. My brother was taken by those evil people, and my father is also gone. I'm so scared, I'm scared. Misty Fairy House Crisis, 3. In the fit of the moment, the poor girl's snot and tears had smothered up the boy's clothing. Towards his now messy self, Bai Xiaoqin definitely didn't like it. After all, he's a clean and tidy little fox, not a dirty one like those in the wild. Hurrying to retreat a step so he has some distance, Xiaotong, don't be afraid, we are here to save you all. Tell me what happened first. Blurry from her own tears, Wang Xiaotong finally manages to get herself together. I do not know what is going on either. A group of evil men just barged into my home before and demanded my father to open the gate into the Misty Fairy house. Daddy refused, of course. That's when they started to kill everyone and kidnapped brother. It was Daddy who hid me in the firewood shack, so when I heard someone coming back again, I got scared and made that noise earlier. What she really meant with the last part was that she didn't know help has arrived, otherwise she would have ran out at the first sign of Bai Yan's arrival. Wang Diqiu, father, and Wang Xiaopeng, chubby, is inside the Misty Fairy house. Furrowing her brow at that knowledge, Bai Yen then shifts her attention down to the dragoness beside herself. Dragony, can you look after Xiaotong for now? It will be dangerous to bring her along. Okay, showing a sweet smile, Queen, I will protect her while you and His Highness is away. Don't worry about us. Queen. Highness. Wang Xiaotong wrinkled her temple, seemingly confused by the way Dragony addressed the mother and son pair. According to this little girl's memory, Di Tsang was only a noble. Son, we will go save Wang Xiaopeng now. Holding her son's hand, then ducking down a little to caress the Missy's hair, it won't be long, Dragony, we will be back very soon. She nods vehemently, I will be here waiting and not go anywhere. Towards this young dragoness, Bai Yen has a lot of confidence in her will to follow orders. Aside from the fact that she bloomed quite late in her life, there's not much else to fickle about. Therefore, she didn't delay at all and left after leaving behind a confident smile. Due to their previous visit through the Wang family's home, the Bai Yen was able to easily locate the giant bronze gate. Fortunately, the entrance remained open, so the woman was able to save a lot of time in opening up a portal for herself. Adding in the fact that she's stronger and familiar with the process, she easily managed to keep her cool from the teleportation process. Mother. Tightly grasping his mother's hand, Bai Shuchen scans the surrounding terrain. Are we going to find Grandshifu Zhongnan and Grandshifu Zhongbei first? Something this big would have surely roused their attention, so we will head to the main house instead. They are certain to be there by now. In saying this, Bai Yen quickly picks up her boy and flash steps into the core area. On the main streets, multitude of bodies are now lying across the ground. Some mangled, some dismembered, but all were most certainly dead. There are however some still alive here though. Guarded by her people, Huan Yin, a cured girl, anxiously watches her people fall one after the other. Guardian Zhao's order, none here in the Misty Fairy House is allowed to live. The man opposite to those residing here raises a hand to give the order. The guards protecting Huan Yin needed no more words to ready themselves for the final battle. Drawing their blades, the two opposing forces clashed, followed the kill word. Misty Fairy House Crisis 4. But how could Huan Yin's people fend off against these invaders who could overwhelm the main battle force of the Misty Fairy House? In no time at all, the last of the brave souls defending their home has fallen like the rest. It's over. There's despair in the girl's soul. Closing her eyes out of fear, that beautiful face had no color left on it. Yet, the expected pain of a blade piercing her body never came after waiting a long while. Slowly, she opens a tiny gap in her eyes to take a peek. Instead of the enemy she assumed would be standing in front still, there's only a single person standing in front blocking that view. Towards this sudden intruder, Huan Yin would never forget that face nor the rosy red dress fluttering against the wind. Boom! Suddenly, an intense burst of air explodes out of that rosy dress as that hand snaps the enemy's pointed blade with sheer force of the finger. Huan Yin could only stand there like a frozen statue over this image. She didn't blink. Heck, she could barely breathe over that immense power she felt. It's too exciting to believe what's happening till her heart's pounding from the thrill of the moment. Done repelling the attacker with her dominance, Bai Yen begins to speak despite having her back to the girl. Go tell everyone else that the chief's home doesn't need their help. These people are mine and mine alone. You, okay. Nodding cluelessly, Huan Yin didn't quite register the order at all and only replied out of reflex. Then watching that extraordinary female flying off to confront the enemies by herself, the girl finally came back to her senses after that dullish daze. Making a bittersweet smile, you saved me again for the third time. The first time would of course be when Bai Yen cured her of that condition on the dragon boat. Because of that incident, Huan Yin was now able to cultivate like the rest of her peers. The second time being Silvery and Goldie nearly dragging her down into the bottom of the river. If she wasn't rescued in the nick of time, she'd be a watery ghost already from drowning. And now this makes it the third time. Miss, the last surviving guard struggles over and weakly asks, should we go over to the chief's home and help? Huan Yin shows a frown. Do you not see the strength of these attackers? If we go, then it's no different from throwing away our lives. But, we're going back to tell everyone. The chief's home doesn't need our help. She believes her. One for being able to repeatedly bring forth miracles, the other being that Bai Yan was the granddaughter of Chief Wu Wei. If she claims to be able to handle this, then Huan Yin won't doubt it. Thinking up to here, the girl didn't dwell on the matter and directly turns around for the other way. At this same moment, there's a smell of smoldering char hovering around the chief's estate. Zhongnan and the other elders had made a protective circle around Chief Wu Wei's family. Due to this reasoning, the wife and son was able to escape danger despite having so many enemies here. Father, who are these people? Why did they come make trouble at the Misty Fairy house? The womanizer known as Sun Huan, second, asks his old man the chief for some answer. He's very agitated and nervous, so he didn't think twice about what to say. Did you rob their daughter or did you sleep with their wife? How can they attack us in such force otherwise? Nearly throwing up blood at those damnable words, Chief Wu Wei really wants to pry open his second son's head to see if there's only rocks in there. Damn it, why did I give birth to this blasted boy? Does he have shits for brains or something? How can he ask his old man such stupid questions at a time like this? Quit your yapping, boy. If you keep spouting nonsense, then I will tear that mouth off. A seep of exasperated anger filled Chief Wu Wei's voice. Puckering his lip to one side in discontent, the womanizer clearly didn't like that. I knew I should have gone with Bai Changfeng that day. At least in the medicine sect I will be treated well instead of wiping your ass like this here now. You. Shaking all over from the frustration of having this blasted boy, what did I do to deserve this son? Misty Fairy House Crisis, 5, Clank. While the womanizer was preoccupied with his quibbling, a long sharp sword had come swinging over. In the urge of the moment, the older brother Yunfeng did the only thing he knew how and raised his own blade to fend off the attack. Unfortunately, the consequences of this act were a hard hit to his own body from the recoiling force. Spewing blood from the mouth, Bai Yan's father was now ghostly white in the face. Yunfeng. Jun Tianyu, mother, exclaims in great fright, don't worry about me and my husband, you all go protect my sons. Chief Wu Wei also supported his wife's decision and commanded the elders to do as she says. Didn't you hear my wife? Go now. Not able to refuse the order, the remaining elders could only evacuate to the two young lords' side. There were some other forces coming to help, but somehow the numbers have sharply dropped in the past couple of minutes. Now there's only the remaining half of the original fighting force of the main household. Ha ha ha. Guardian Zhao starts cackling with laughter after seeing the crumbling line of the defenders. Oh, Chief Wu Wei, are you still waiting for reinforcements to come? I got bad news for you though. The rest of the powers in the Misty Fairy House should have been killed by my people already, and I also sent some powerful subordinates to the Dragon Clan here. I speculate all of them are dead by now. So. The person sneers with sarcasm, there won't be anyone coming to help you. Oh. Is that so? Right when Guardian Zhao was being so confident while divulging his own plan, this quaint yet ridiculing voice decides to cut down from above. It's all too familiar to those from the Misty Fairy House, so they all looked up in shock. Yener, Xiaoqin. Yunfeng nearly lost his soul upon recognizing who it was. Why did you two return? Leave. Hurry and get away from here. Not moving from her spot up in the air, Bai Yan stares down at the group of enemies like she's found her prey. Yener. Seeing the disobedience, the poor man literally puked a mouthful of blood due to the urgency. He's about to lose it and stumbled backwards. Father. Bai Yan's dampened expression finally cracked at this change. Showing a glint of panic, she dives down with her son in tow. Grandfather, are you all right? Blinking innocently, Bai Xiaoqin's voice carried a tone of worry when he asked after landing. Despite the incessant coughing, Yunfeng desperately clasped onto the child's shoulder. Xiaoqin, you must listen to grandfather here. Take your mother and leave here before it's too late. Yenner, Yunfeng is right, you shouldn't have come back. Jun Tianyu makes a bittersweet smile and comments as well. Does the heavens not want our misty fairy house to live? Bai Xiaoqin had wanted to explain the situation to these desperate family members, however, an urgent yet excited voice had caught the boy off guard. Xiaoqin, did you come here to save us? Following source, the boy soon saw who it was. Hiding in one corner was Wang Xiaopeng, one of the few friends Bai Xiaoqin had in this world. Are you all right, Xiaopeng? Where's Uncle Wang? Misty Fairy House Crisis, 6. Oh, my old man's hurt and can't move from the bed. But don't worry, he's not going to die. Then what are you doing here? Bai Xiaoqin frowns and asked with an exasperated voice. What is Xiaopeng doing here and not taking care of Uncle Wang if he's injured? I wanted to see if I can help in any way. Hanging that head, the chubby makes an apologetic face. If he hadn't been caught by these assailants, then his old man wouldn't have opened the gate to the Misty Fairy House, nor would there be a river of blood. Well, that's what this chubby assumed in his little head anyways. But in truth, that's not the case. If Wang Diqiu didn't open the gates, then these invaders would have killed the chubby and his old man. Afterwards they could easily open the gate through other means regardless of their cooperation, just that it would take some extra time. Yenner, Xiaoqin. Yunfeng's injury starts acting up again, causing him to cough harder than before and pulling the pair's attention over. You, Amphumf, he coughs again when trying to speak. Knowing the issue, Bai Yan takes advantage of the timing and pops a pill into her father's mouth. The effects were fast working. Merely seconds later, a warm current could be felt circulating across the organs and veins, healing and mending whatever damage the last blow has caused that body. Father, the Holy Land and Medicine sect also suffered the same crisis as the Misty Fairy House. What? Yunfeng exclaims at the knowledge. Struggling to get up using his own sword, he turns to ask with worry on the face, then what about my in-laws and those 3 old heads from the Holy Land, are they okay? They're fine, father. Do you think I will be here otherwise? She gives a reassuring smile before turning around to confront the leader of this bunch. Guardian Zhao didn't miss the conversation considering how good his hearing was. Though he's greatly surprised by the content, his darkened mood did quickly recover after thinking it through. The one in charge of conquering the medicine sect was Wu Yu of the Wu family. If what this woman claims is true, then wouldn't Elder Wu Yu be defeated or killed? That's impossible. Yes, this blasted woman must have snuck away and is spouting lies in order to bide time. The other 2 parties must have finished with their job already. Foolish lass, lying is not a good thing. The Holy Land and Medicine sect is already our Wu family's territory, and this Misty Fairy House won't be an exception. Guardian Zhao sneers at the crowd across from himself like he's superior to them all. Heck, that face was downright holding Bai Yan and the rest in contempt, disdain even. Son, you take care of your grandfather while I go finish up the fighting. Tossing the family to her son to take care of, Bai Yan didn't wait at all and disappeared in a flash. Based on the reaction speed of this arrogant bastard, Zhao was clearly inferior to his peer back at the medicine sect. Therefore, the man didn't even realize it when a blade had come swinging over. All he knew was that his throat felt a slight sting, and that's when he lost all levels of control. For those watching either from below or to one side, they were all blown away by how fast the battle ended. It wasn't some huge explosive fight, merely a single slice by the woman across Guardian Zhao's throat and a rainfall of blood. Guardian Zhao is dead. The hearts of these remaining invaders all shuddered at this notion. There's only one word in their head right now, and that was to run. Watchdog, 1, they all scattered at the sudden turn of event. However, Bai Yan wasn't going to let these fleeing cowards off for what they've done. In raising a hand, countless wind blades instantly materialized out of thin air in pursuit of the targets they were assigned. One by one, the blades shred through their assigned target and peppered them with holes. In the end, not a single enemy managed to escape. Chief Wu Wei was shocked by this amazing display of power and control. "This is my granddaughter, Yun Feng's daughter." "Yener." It's the woman's own father who spoke up first. Slowly coming over, Yun Feng reveals a faint smile of joy at his own child's achievement. "You girl, when did you grow this strong? You nearly scared me to death just now, you know that." Father, faintly showing a smile of her own, Bai Yan felt warm and kind despite the carnage she unleashed mere seconds ago. "My strength is nothing still. In order to find my mother, I still have a long way to go. But no matter how difficult the road was, she won't give up." Yun Feng's heart quivered at the thought. Due to all the events lately, he's almost forgotten his wife Bai Ning was still unaccounted for. Making a sigh, "Yener, what's your next plan then?" "Father, you should know I have a brother while I was living in the Bai house back at the Luhua Kingdom. Right now he's outside training by himself and I'm unsure of his whereabouts. I want to go find him first." "Wait." Chief Wu Wei practically cried out the objection after hearing what she plans to do. "You cannot go for the time being." "Father." Yun Feng was perplexed by his old man's sudden outburst. Then again, it wasn't just him. The younger brother Sun Huan and mother Jun Tianyu was also quite taken aback by this. Understanding his strong reaction had caught everyone's attention, Chief Wu Wei knew he had to explain lest the misunderstanding continues. "I believe I know what these people want. If it was only our Misty Fairy House who got attacked, then I would be as confused as you all on their reasoning, but since they also attacked the Medicine Sect and Holy Land, then there's only one reasoning." Turning around, Bai Yan's gaze tightly locked onto her own grandfather like she wants to see through him. "You're certain?" "I'm quite confident on it. But this matter will have to wait until Bai Chang Feng and Chu Ran makes it over here, then I can tell you. I'm sure they're already on their way to discuss the matter." Making a dry cough all of a sudden to clear his throat, Chief Wu Wei then got to the other main reason for his outburst. "And, your grandmother's birthday is coming up in a few days. Can you stay until then to celebrate with us?" Giving her husband a warning stare, Jun Tianyu didn't feel the same way. "Why are you bringing that up now? If Yener wants to go find her brother, then let her do that first. It's not like I only have one birthday, next year's will be just as fine." She didn't want to delay her granddaughter merely for something so simple. On the other hand, Bai Yan was taken aback by the news. Keeping quiet for a brief moment, she eventually complied. "I am in no hurry, grandmother. If your birthday is coming up, then of course I and Xiaochen can stay for the celebration. Moreover, I also want to learn the reasoning behind the attacks by the spirit realm's denizen." Chief Wu Wei undoubtedly felt relieved at having them stay. Ever since that day when they realized the girl's identity, the family has never gotten much opportunity to patch things up. This would be the perfect chance to cultivate some feelings between the young and old. "Mother," Bai Xiaochen suddenly tugs at his own mother's hand using an innocent voice, "can we go check up on Uncle Wang? He's injured and most likely needs mother's help." "Okay." She readily answers the boy's wish. Watchdog 2, Xiaopeng, where is your father now? "Sister Bai Yan, I'll take you to my father, I'm sure he will be very happy to see you." Lighting up in that meat galore of a face, Wang Xiaopeng's jiggling body looked like it would drop a piece of meat off at any moment when he's walking. Watching that departing boy's back, Bai Yan couldn't help but muse. Xiaopeng seems to have gotten chubbier since the last time we met. That body shape would surely affect him. I better do some research in the weight loss field of alchemy so that he can lose those fat. But there's more urgent matters at hand, and that was to take a look at the patient. Wang Diqiu was arranged in a room some distance away from where they were. Therefore, it actually took Bai Yan a few minutes of walking before she arrives at the destination, and for some reason, the chubby made sure to stick close to the woman. Perhaps the chubby still didn't recover from the frightful experience, so he needed some sense of security. It's a good thing you sold those damn pills to my family back then, Sister Bai Yan. The stuff saved my father after they tried killing him. All jolly in the face, Wang Xiaopeng readily ran inside to lead the way. Lying on the bed was undoubtedly Wang Deqiu according to observation. However, the lively middle-aged man who likes to smack his own boy when grumpy was nowhere to be found. Instead, it's a sickly-looking male without any trace of blood on the face. Sure, the damn pill did save Wang Deqiu's life after being severely injured, but it's not something trivial in any manner of the word for most anyways. Your father's injury is no big deal for me. I'll give him another type of medicine in my possession. After some rest and recuperation on his own part, he will be up and running again. Seeing her former neighbor alive most certainly brought on a sense of relief for Bai Yan after seeing how many dead there are on the streets. Oh yes, Xiaopeng, your little sister and Dragony is still at your home back outside the gate. Go with Xiaoqin and pick them up, okay? Leaving the two little lasses alone for a few hours were fine, but a few days was another matter. That's why she's going to have the two boys go in her stead. Don't worry, mother, me and Xiaopeng will go pick up Dragony and Xiaotong. Nothing will happen while we're on the job. All childish in the face, Bai Xiaoqin fails miserably at trying to act reliable and adult-like. Go ahead then. Chuckling at that hilarious image, Bai Yan rubs her boy's head and gave the go-ahead. Come Xiaopeng, let's go pick up the girls. We don't need any adult watching us work. Towards this form of his friend, the chubby just found it strange. Sure, Bai Xiaoqin was still Bai Xiaoqin according to the chubby's assessment, but there's more to it. More mature. Not quite. Just different and more dominating. Just as Wang Xiaopeng was being indecisive on his own thought, the foxy boy himself had already dragged his friend out the door. In no time at all, the two young boys were out of sight and nowhere to be found. Back over in the Wang estate, Wang Xiaotong was currently eyeing the front door endlessly. She didn't say a word, only staring at the front, hopeful and worrisome. On the other hand, Dragony was quite talkative despite stuffing herself with some pastry she found somewhere. You don't have to worry about your family, the queen and the prince are very powerful people, so they can handle the enemies without question. In the little dragoness's heart, Bai Yan was practically invincible, and her son Bai Xiaoqin naturally inherited the fine bloodline as well. Watchdog 3. Dragony didn't forget about Ditsong's existence, just that in the Missy's head the guy didn't matter even if he was the Demon King. Pinching those lips, Wang Xiaotong didn't get any better. My brother is such a coward, he must be scared to death against those fierce-looking men. It's all right, even if he dies, Her Highness will be able to go to the underworld and bring him back. Dragony proudly cocks her chin high to showcase how much confidence she has in Bai Yan. Unfortunately, those words of comfort only had the opposite effect. Going pale, Wang Xiaotong breaks out crying, "Brother died, he died, wah. If he's dead then no one is going to bully me, no one is going to steal my snacks, and no one is going to fight me for Brother Xiaoqin." The little dragoness was gobsmacked by what she's heard. This girl, is she cursing her own brother or celebrating his death? Wang Xiaotun, what did you say about me stealing your snack, and who is fighting you for Xiaoqin? All of a sudden, an enraged roar breaks over from the front, startling the crying girl until she discovered who the owner of that voice was. Brother! A surge of happiness comes out of Wang Xiaotong's face. Without delay, she throws herself into that ball of meaty flesh. "Brother, I'm so happy you are alive. From listening to what you said just now it sounded more like you can't wait for me to be dead." The chubby rolls his eye at the sister. But instead of arguing like the siblings usually do, the little sister simply wiped her tears and snot at the brother's shirt. Feeling all achy around the chest area, Wang Xiaopeng promptly pushes the crybaby aside. That face couldn't be any more disgusted. "Damn it, Xiaotong, how old are you already? How can you be this gross, you?" Then just as he was about to lecture the girl about what it means to be a female and how she should behave, the beautiful young lady further behind his own sister had instantly captured the chubby's attention. Though Dragony's mouth was still clinging with pastry crumbs from all the stuff she's been eating, it couldn't hide her fine contour. In fact, it only gave her a touch of naive and lovely air. "Oh Dragony, do you remember me?" Grinning right up to his chubby eyes, Wang Xiaopeng begins his usual pick-up phrase. This would be the second time this boy had met the dragoness. The first being when Bai Yan brought the two kids to the Wang family before stepping into the Misty Fairy house. For this chubby, he could vow to the heavens he's been love-struck. An arrow straight through the heart and love at first sight. On the contrary though, Dragony herself only felt troubled by the added attention. Turning to the princely boy in her view, she pleads for help using her own eyes. Wang Xiaopeng. Bai Xiaochen swiftly cuts in between her friend and the girl. Pushing the chubby a bit back like a mother hen, "You already have a little sister, so you are not allowed to hit on mine. One is not enough for you. Boss, you don't understand, this is what you call a helpless act. Once you grow up then you will understand." Wang Xiaopeng then makes a heaving long sigh, just like those adults do when discussing certain topics of love. Prince, Dragony didn't care about the extra around herself, she only wanted to fill her tummy at this moment. In order to rectify the problem, she turns to the little steam bun for help. "I'm hungry, can we go get something to eat?" Easing up at the plead, Bai Xiaochen still shot a warning stare at his own friend before turning back to the Missy. "Don't worry Dragony, we can go into the Misty Fairy house first. There is a lot of fine food in there." Watchdog 4, he's not a 5-year-old child anymore, he's almost 7 this year, that means he needs to stop pestering his own mother day in and day out. Instead, what he needs to do was to become his mother's intimate little cotton wool. Even if the food outside wasn't all that great, it would suffice if it would cause less trouble. Wang Xiaopeng had a look of dismay on his chubby face. "Boss, you are trading friendship for love." "What is trading friendship for love? Are you referring to me only having mother in my eye like how Batty father likes to ignore me?" All puzzled in his cute little face, Bai Xiaochen didn't understand what he's doing wrong. "If that's the case then I admit I am. Dragony is my little sister so of course I'll look after her first." The poor chubby was absolutely thrown off his feet by his friend's openness of betrayal. He's always under the assumption that he knows about the interrelationship between the two sexes, but he seems to have forgotten something crucial. The chubby himself was only a few years older than the little steam bun. In terms of understanding love, he's far from it. The portal into the Misty Fairy house still hasn't been closed yet, so there were no obstacles when the kids made their way back over. It's just that the chubby clearly felt somewhat left out after the group decides to go take a stroll around the streets for food. "You treat me the best," Xiao Tong, wiping a droplet of tear filled with his own sadness, "only you are willing to accompany your brother here." Unfortunately for this hopeful big brother, his little sister had other thoughts in mind while they walked. Wrapping her hands around those cheeks, the girl had on a look of worship and idolization when looking at that manly back in front. "Brother, how can someone be so handsome in this world? Xiaochen's figure looks so dashing even from back here. Completely dark in his chubby face now, this little traitor, can I pretend to have never known her?" "Prince, I want to eat this." Dragony was pointing at a restaurant located across the street. There's a strong scent of salivating aroma, so the establishment had instantly captured the girl's appetite. "Boss, Wang Xiaopeng has got to hand it to the little dragoness for picking this one of all places." Speaking in an awkward tone, "I know about this restaurant. Because of the cook's skill, the food here is extremely good. I'm afraid that if we go in now there won't be any seats available." Understanding the implication, Dragony hurried to remove the drool coming off of her mouth. "Prince, let's change a place then." Looking at the poor face his girl was making, Bai Xiaochen immediately started to get ideas. Patting his own chest like he's going to handle it, "Don't worry Dragony, leave everything to me." But, mother's word, girls are used to smother with affection. If there's any requirement then I am to oblige it. Taking that hand without permission, the little steam bun led the way inside without a second thought. Meanwhile in the back, Wang Xiaopeng really wanted to throw his hats off for this boss of his. That sort of smooth talking went beyond anything he could manage. Heck, it's leagues ahead of his old man's usual attempts as well. Che, when did the Dragon Cove restaurant become so low class? Even a guard dog is allowed to come in. It's right after the kids entered the restaurant that this derisive comment shot out. Where's the dog? How come I don't see a dog? All confused and curious, the chubby scans the area for signs of said dog. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rocked the restaurant, their voices filled with contempt. The Wang family must be filled with idiots. Your family is in charge of watching our doors, so of course you are that dog. Watchdog 5. This time Wang Xiaopeng had no illusion about who that person was referring to now. Angry and somewhat embarrassed, the chubby immediately turns to glare at the outspoken man. Yet, instead of finding an adult like he expected, it's another boy around 14 years of age, or so in appearance anyways, that's trying to mock their group. Who are you? The youth sneered. Wang Chubby, you seem to have forgotten the event from a few months ago. I and my father had just finished our business outside and was returning to the Misty Fairy house, but because we lost our identification badge, your blasted father refused to let us back in. The previous head of the Wang house was Wang Dichio's father. That meant the chubby's old man wouldn't have any impression of who belongs or whatnot. In the end the fault remains to be on the youth's end if they got down to it. After all, that's the rules set by the main house. It's not like Wang Dichio deliberately stalled the party from returning. Realizing what the other side was referring, the chubby makes an astonished face. So it's you? Who can you blame for that incident other than yourself? It's you and your family who lost your identification token. We only followed the rules. Impudent. The youth slams the table and jerks up. Your Wang family is only in charge of watching the gate, a watchdog, and all of us inside the Misty Fairy house are your masters. How dare a dog try to block its master from coming home? If this isn't your family's fault then who else? Wang Xiaopeng naturally didn't take the word watchdog well since someone's making fun of his family. Flushing red in the face, the chubby directly rushes the youth and causes the guy to stumble backwards due to the loss of balance. Then just as the person wanted to react after realizing what has happened, a pair of chopsticks had come flying over and pinning his sleeve to a wall behind himself. This greatly startled the youth in question. As per reflex, the youngster reached over to pull it out in order to free himself. Yet, the unexpected happened, he couldn't regardless of how he tried. This gave the chubby the opening he needed. Coming face first, who are you calling a watchdog? Your whole family is the watchdog. The youth ends up pointing his free hand accusingly in return out of frustration and inability to move. But then who could have guessed, another pair of chopsticks had come flying over, nailing his remaining free hand to the wall. Of course, the youth was absolutely outraged by this preposterous situation. Sadly, even when using his strongest strength to rip his own sleeves off, he couldn't, like some mysterious force was reinforcing his clothes. What are you idiots doing? The youth angrily turns to his own personal guards for help. Hurry and come save me. Ha! Those bodyguards were stoically dumbfounded. It's just some chopsticks. How can the young master be so weak that he can't even tear some clothes off? Now he wants us to save him. But opinionated thoughts were only just that, thoughts. They wouldn't really ignore their employer and hurried over for the task. Oddly enough though, the youth didn't lash out at the chubby as soon as he was freed by his men. Instead he's searching the restaurant with those burning eyes. Who attacked me in secret? For those uninvolved and just want to enjoy the good show, these poor customers were having a hard time keeping their laughter in. Nevertheless, that slight smirk on their faces gave them away easily enough. Ignoring the snickering laughter directed at himself, the the youth cries out for a second time, "Who is the bastard that threw those chopsticks at me? I dare you to come out and confront me." Those eyes were bloodshot red and his panting breath showed how indignant and outraged he was. "Watchdog 6, it's then at this moment a childish voice answered that demand, "You were too noisy just now." In that instant, everyone's attention was glued to the child's face. Around 6 to 7 in appearance, aside from that adorable contour, there's not much else special these customers could discern from the boy. "Who is it that attacked me? How dare you do it, not have the nerve to step forward?" The youth dismisses the boy as the perpetrator and continues to scream at thin air. "Paw!" It was Dragony's turn to slam the table knee, causing the occupants of said table to jump in fright. His Highness said, "You're yapping too much, didn't you hear him?" A flare of anger comes off of the missy's face. "Since you like yapping so much, then I will make it so you shut up for good." Slap. No one could figure out how Dragony managed to get right up to the youth so quickly, but that loud smacking hit across the face said it all. And if hitting the teen wasn't bad enough, the impact had directly caused that cheek to swollen up into a purplish red lump. A pig face, that's how swollen it has become. Turning back over in dismay after being hit, "You." Sadly, the teen's words didn't even get to finish before another round of smacking came swinging over. Left, right, Dragony pulls off a duo attack with both her hands until the youth's head had become a rocking drum. Now one could barely recognize this swollen lump of bruised-up meat as the teenager from earlier. Poof! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood came spitting out of the teen's mouth. Mixed in with plenty of broken teeth in that puddle, no one wanted to look at this painful sight. But apparently this little lesson wasn't enough to scare off the youngster. A jumbled garbled slew of words came pouring out of that pig face. Obviously it's some kind of curse word or threat. The guards that came along may not know what their employer was trying to say, just like every other customer in the restaurant, but they could already take a good guess and decides to act as an interpreter. "Just you wait, Wong Chubby, our house master will definitely make a case with the chief's house. Be prepared to be expelled from the Misty Fairy house." Bai Shuchen bursts out laughing, all right, I'll wait for you to come expel me. "Young master, let's go back and tell your father about this. I'm sure he will avenge you." Since the guards were too cowardly to fight, they didn't let their employer but in another word and forcibly dragged the teen off without a second delay. "Prince," Dragony cheerfully comes up to the little steam bun after seeing the group disappear, "those people are gone now, so they won't be bothering us anymore. Better yet, there's now a seat open for us." "Good job, Dragony, you did well there." Bai Shuchen praises the girl by giving her a pat on the head. This was how Bai Yan rewards him when he does something well, so the act has become his way of approving others as well. "Young sirs and lady," the waiter decides to chime in with some advice after seeing how carefree the kids were acting when strolling towards the table. "It's best if you all return home to find your elders right away to discuss a solution, otherwise you may really be expelled from the Misty Fairy house." "Don't be silly, someone that is able to kick my boss out of the Misty Fairy house still hasn't been born yet." The chubby snorts at the advice and dumps his big ass onto the chair to indicate his decision. It's exactly as the chubby says. Bai Shuchen was the grandson of the chief's house. If anything, it's the other way around and the youth should be panicking. "You must get justice for us, the main estate of the Misty Fairy house." Chief Wu Wei was just in the middle of giving commands to his people and cleaning up the yard when a guard rushed over to interrupt his business. "Chief, the Dou family's housemaster Dou Tian requests an audience." Showing a slight frown, the chief's voice sounded annoyed. "Did he say for what reason?" "It sounds like it's related to Wang Deqiu and his son." The guard nervously takes a peek at his liege's reaction. It's no secret that it was Wang Deqiu who allowed those from the spirit realm to enter the Misty Fairy house unhindered and caused a bloodbath, but after it became public knowledge that the chubby and Bai Shuchen has become good friends, any dissent was squashed promptly then afterwards. Forget about getting mad at the Wang family, simply gossiping behind their back has become something dangerous for those living in the misty fairy house. After all, Bai Yan's connection reached as far as the medicine sect and Holy Land. Only a fool would poke at this hornet's nest. Let him in. Though impatient and slightly annoyed, Chief Wu Wei still wanted to know what has happened to warrant a personal visit from the head of a family clan here. Yes, Chief. Minutes later, a middle-aged man quickly walked into the yard, followed closely behind by a young man whose face was now a bruised-up mess. It's so bad that it's difficult to make out his actual appearance. Chief Wu Wei couldn't deny he's quite startled by that pig head of a face from someone oh so young. Hurrying to ask the reasoning, what's going on here? How did he get beat to such a state? Chief. Do Tian grabs his son and got to their knees, their voices pleading, you must get justice for my son here. He was still fine this morning, but now he's become like this because of someone's ruthless attacker. The young man also made some whimpering sound to enforce the claim. If one didn't know any better, it's very likely they would believe he's suffered some great grievance. Wrinkling his brow, Chief Wu Wei found this quite troubling. Don't tell me the one who beat your son into this state is Wang Xiaopeng, right? Regarding the chubby's outrageous deeds in the past, even this chief himself has heard some of them stories. Now thinking back to his guard's tone when passing the message, he's now starting to believe the plausibility of said claim. Pity though, this Wang Xiaopeng was his grandson's friend. Regardless of the reasoning or what's right or wrong, he has a duty to protect his own lest he destroys the last strand of bond he has left with Bai Yan and her son. The matter with the eldest Yun Feng still hasn't been settled yet, so this chief doesn't want to add any more incriminating factors to his own case. He's already on the last stand before being abandoned by the whole family. No, said Do Tian, biting his teeth through and through. The one who harmed my son is a little girl. I suspect this evildoer has a purpose in mixing into our misty fairy house. Chief, we must subdue this girl, not just for my son's safety, but for the misty fairy house as a whole. In other words, this man's claim was that single young girl who's barely old enough to be considered a teen in appearance could raise enough threat to harm the entirety of everyone here. Little girl. Chief Wu Wei shows a dull and baffled expression. It wasn't Wang Xiaopeng, but a little girl of unknown origin. Do Tian, can you have your son identify the girl then? That's not a problem, said the man. I'll send my people to go find that little girl, and then. But before this person could finish his delighted words, a childish voice had cut him off from afar. The Misty Fairy House's #1 restaurant doesn't live up to its name. Compared to my mother's cooking, it's too lacking. When mother has free time and can cook up a meal, I will give you a piece dragony, but only piece though. Thank you, Your Highness. The responding female voice was full of joy and crisp to the ear. You must get justice for us, too. When the youth recognized how familiar those two voices were, he immediately jumped up with excitement only to be followed by another loud and somewhat arrogant voice from the new entry. Boss, you are too picky. I think the restaurant's food tasted just fine. If anything, it's that dog who likes to bite others which tainted the mood. Whoa whoa. The youth kept making whimpering sounds. Though vague and indecipherable, those angry eyes were dead set on the group of children who just walked into the yard. Likewise, the kids had also taken notice of the kneeling father and son pair, causing them to stop in their track. Son, Do Tian suppresses his inner anger. Is this the group who attacked you? The youth nodded hurriedly, those eyes flaring with rage. I now have father and the chief acting as my support, as if I would be scared of them now. Thinking of this, the young man's pig face actually revealed a look of pride. Cocking that messed up chin, he arrogantly glared at the children like he's about to step on some insignificant ant. Bai Shuchen on the other hand could care less what the other side thought or wanted of him. Showing an innocent and bright smile, the little steambun hurriedly ran over to the chief's side and tugged at the grandpa's sleeve. Great-grandfather, I'm so happy to see you. Now that's what you call a bullseye. Chief Wu Wei literally felt his bones melting away from that word. Seriously, only the heavens would know how miserable he's been since that day where they discovered the goddess was no more than a fraudulent maid. Not only has his 2 sons and wife been ignoring him the entire time since then, Bai Yan still hasn't recognized him as her grandfather yet. Thank goodness, at least someone in this family recognizes my status. Chief Wu Wei cries tears of joy at the sudden achievement he felt. Dou Tian had originally wanted to make a case against this group of kids until he heard the way Bai Xiaochen addressed the grandpa. Almost instantaneous, the man had become as hard as a rock and stared in horror at the boy. Great-grandfather. Then that means his mother is the rumored biological granddaughter of the chief and Yunfang's biological daughter. Like his old man, the youth who was still being overly excited at the possible chance of revenge was now staring his eyes out in absolute shock. Shit! The boy's mother is Yunfang's daughter. What the fuck is this setting? All I did was insult this chubby a few words and now I've attracted this dangerous group. Good Xiaochen, great-grandfather here is very happy to see you too. Losing that stern air from earlier, Chief Wu Wei gently caresses the boy's head like a loving grandpa. Now tell me, what happened while you were outside? Blinking innocently without a hint of devious nature, before this person from the Dou family insulted Xiaopeng and his family, saying he's my friend's master. And since Wang Xiaopeng is my follower, me being his boss, I naturally have a duty to do something. Couple this with the rude words he said to me, Dragony went ahead in my stead to teach him a lesson. Although Wang Xiaopeng was older than this little steambun by a few years, it doesn't mean anything. As long as the chubby recognizes the boy as the boss, then he's the boss. Strength has no age limit, that's a rule everyone recognizes in this world. Chief Wu Wei's expression promptly got cold when turning around to face the pair of deceitful liars. Did that happen as my boy says? Dou Tian knew they were screwed now. Forcibly dragging his son back down to the floor, the man shakes profusely for he knew what awaited them both for creating this fiasco. You must get justice for us, Chief. I didn't know this little boy is the recently recovered grandson of Master Yunfang's. I implore your lordship to have mercy on our ignorance. Banging his head against the floorboard, the man known as Dou Tian quickly forced his own son to do the same after seeing how cluelessly dull the teen was acting. You brat, how dare you provoke Sir Xiaochen here? Quickly apologized to him. After the initial kowtows, the man also attempted to soothe the mood with that so-called charming smile of his. Sir Xiaochen, you lectured my son well. This brat here only knows how to go make trouble outside day in and day out. It's a blessing for me and my clan that you would have your maid discipline my son in our stead. Originally Dou Tian only wanted to flatter and kiss up to the boy, but his words weren't thought out very well and hit a bump instead. Dragony isn't my maid, she's my little sister. Bai Xiaochen clearly sounded upset in his voice. If you keep talking nonsense then I will have great-grandfather here tear your mouth apart. Shuddering with great fright, Dou Tian looked dangerously white because he never expected this mistake. It couldn't be helped. He never heard of Bai Yan having a daughter, only a son according to the rumors floating out there. I deserve to be hit. I said the wrong thing. To prove his sincerity, the man actually slapped himself rather hard. Right away, that face had swollen into a bumpy bruise like his son's. Unfortunately for the other side, Bai Xiaochen's temper still didn't let up. Turning away, the boy didn't want to look at them. A humph. Chief Wu Wei makes a dry cough to clear up his throat. Oh right Dou Tian, didn't you say you wanted me to get justice for you? How do you want me to help? You also said little Dragony here is a threat to everyone in the Misty Fairy House and needed me to dispose of her. Is that what you want? The housemaster of the Dou family really wanted to throw himself into a hole and never come back out right now. Misunderstanding, this is all a big misunderstanding. Partly true, it was a huge misunderstanding on his end for not investigating first. If this Do Tian had known the one who beat his son silly was the grandson of Yun Feng and great-grandchild of the chief, then he would never show his face around here, let alone have the guts to come demanding justice. Misunderstanding. Chief Wu Wei chuckles coldly to emphasize his displeasure. Your misunderstanding really is a big one. Are you planning to say my home here is a threat as well? Collapsing to the floor and unable to get back up, Do Tian felt despair at what the chief meant by that last comment. It's pretty much a death sentence for his clan even if they do get out of this unscathed. Who would ever use them again? Who would ever cooperate with them again? None, that's who. No one would want to work with the Do family again. Xiachen, Chief Wu Wei changes his attitude to a nice one again when turning to the boy. How do you want to punish this pair? I want that teen from the Do family to be Wang Xiaopeng's follower. Biting his nail, the little steam bun flickers with light in those eyes like he's scheming something evil. That's a good choice. Now what about the other one? Great-grandfather, you said his name is called Do Tian. All smiles there, the boy's words somehow sounded ominous despite it being all cheerful. I think it's rather unsuited for him to have such a mighty name. Note, Do Tian in Chinese means challenging the heavens. Ruffling the boy's hair, then what sort of name do you think is suitable for him? Let's call him. Can't beat a bug. If he can't even beat a bug, then what good is it for him to have a name like Do Tian? Chief Wu Wei couldn't keep up with the boy's logic. This name. Why is it so strange? But then since his great-grandchild has spoken, he as the adult wasn't going to disagree. Okay, from now on he will be renamed Can't Beat a Bug. Now that's what you call suffering. Do Tian's reputation would surely become ruined after this joke becomes widespread. Looking down at the son who's responsible for his own misfortune, the man grew vicious. Just wait until we go back. You must get justice for us, for, if it weren't for this brat then I wouldn't be so miserable. Can't beat a bug, did you not hear my words? Bai Shuchen furrows up his lovely brows. He is from here on forward Xiaopeng's follower. What makes you think he can follow you home? Turning to his friend, Xiaopeng, give him a name. The chubby actually crumpled up his face over this dilemma. Apparently giving someone name was too difficult of a task for this kid. But an idea did come to him after a minute of struggling. Oh, I know. He insulted me before, so I will use the same name for him. From now on he will be Watchdog. Watchdog whimpers loudly this time towards his old man. The youth wanted to plead to his father for help because he had no wish to follow the chubby back to the Wang house. Unfortunately, the newly named Can't Beat a Bug dismissed the pleading look he was getting and quickly left for the door. It couldn't be helped. As the master of a sizable family, the former Do Tian was sure to have more than one son. There's hardly enough reason for him to go against the chief's command just for a son who failed him so miserably. Watching his father's fleeting back disappearing from view, Watchdog crumbles to the floor, his body paralyzed from the shock of being abandoned. Before long, 2 long trickles of tears slowly flowed down those bruised-up cheeks before this youth turned to face the 2 boys. What do you look at me for? The chubby shoots a glare in return. I am not gay, so lose that idea. What's more, it's not like you are any good looking. If you keep staring at me, then watch how I will dig out your eyeballs. Watchdog instantly flinched at that threat. No longer daring to make eye contact, this former young master of the Do house was now shaking profusely like a frightened puppy. Of course, the chubby was only throwing some threats around for the insult he received before. It's not like he would really dig the other person's eyeball out, that's too gross for the likes of him. Maybe a few more scares would suffice. Watchdog, from now on you are my follower. If I say east then you must go east. If I say west then you must go west. If I say laugh then you can't cry, understand? As the old saying goes, one must lower their head if living under another's roof. Hearing the order, Watchdog hurriedly nodded his head to indicate he understood. Good, very good, now show me a smile. Wang Xiaopeng looks down at the dog in front of himself like he's looking at a pet. Sadly, the act only had the alternative effect of disgusting the chubby. A pig face smiling to him, as if that would be decent to the eye. If anything, it might make him gag instead and have nightmares during the night. Oh, forget it, you'd better stick to crying lest I be scared to death by your face. Patting his own chest, the chubby makes a face like he still hasn't recovered yet from the shock. Ignoring the over-exaggerated play his friend was making, Bai Xiaochen turns to the grandpa instead. Great-grandfather, where is my mother? Oh, she's in the backyard with your great-grandmother. Okay, nodding at the answer, the little steambun led the way by holding hands with the little dragoness. Dragony, let's go find mother. The girl followed along without any protest as usual. A clever move by her, of course. However, the chubby in the background on the other hand wasn't so happy. For some reason, he's got this notion that he's been abandoned by his boss. As the madam of the house, Jun Tianyu's birthday banquet wouldn't lose out to Bai Chongfeng's in any way. And since they have now learned of Bai Yan's past and who she's close with, the Lan family was also naturally invited, pushing this adopted family into the envious limelight for a second time. You must get justice for us. 5. This was especially true for those who mocked Bai Yan's adopted mother Lan Yu. If not for that kind-hearted woman who took in the orphan girl, the Lan house wouldn't be so glorious today, nor would they be able to benefit from the connections they built. What's more, the world only saw the good parts of this relationship, none bothered to think about the terrible times Bai Yan had to endure when Bai Ruo orchestrated the wretched reputation and the fact she had to single-handedly give birth in the wilds. Great-grandfather. Even from far away, Bai Yan and her son could see the members of the Lan family coming over. But as a child, Bai Xiaochen naturally couldn't wait and made a run for old Lord Lan's leg. This immediately shattered the stern and harsh expression on the old grandfather. Xiaochen, it's only been half a year and you're already so tall. Clinging to the leg, then to the hand, the boy was absolutely craving for attention. Great-grandfather, although I now have 3 great-grandfathers, I still miss you a lot. Smiling even deeper in the eyes, the old grandfather just got sugar-coated by those oh so sweet, sweet words. Oh, you're not only taller now, your tongue also got sweeter. How can your great-grandfather I not like you? Old Madame Lan as well, this grandmother was smiling right into her heart at this sight. But instead of adding more words to the pair's reunion, she's more inclined towards her own sex. Yenner, how come you are not coming over to let grandmother here look over you? Warmed by the attention, Bai Yan didn't need to say anything more and moved her legs forward. Grandmother, how come I don't see my cousins? Oh, your cousins didn't come because of another matter. Don't mind them. Amused by the news, Bai Yan could already guess the reasoning. It's no secret her big cousin loves the female queen of the Fengqi kingdom, and since she's currently in the Holy Land, that makes it very probable her cousins are heading over there. Son, bring your great-grandfather and them inside first. I still need to wait here. Don't worry, mother, I will take good care of everyone. Patting his chest, the little steambun acts all confident like someone trustworthy. Go ahead then. Ruffling up that hair at how adorable her son was acting, Bai Yan couldn't help but chuckle at this boy's growth. Unbeknownst to everyone though, this woman was in fact rather worried about something despite her happy appearance. The main reason being her husband Di Tsang. According to Lord Chu Rant's words, the Demon King should have gone to the medicine sect after rushing over to the Holy Land first. However, it's already been a few days since then. If it's only going over there to check on her, the man should have been done by now and well on his way over here. Did something happen? Exactly at this moment when her thoughts were spiraling into unnecessary worry, a familiar voice suddenly knocks her out of it from the rear. Yenner, are you waiting for me? Without giving her a chance to respond, a pair of powerful hands pulled her into a tight embrace. It's warm and comforting, giving her all the security she needs to feel at ease. Where did you go? Why so late? Visitor from the Spirit Realm 1, I went to find you at the Holy Land and Medicine Sect, but after discovering you weren't at either places and that you're safe, I went ahead and removed the remaining people from the Spirit Realm instead. You wouldn't blame me for coming late, would you? The man's somewhat needy breath kept puffing against her neck, causing the mood to become somewhat sexual and lovely. Towards this, Bai Yan didn't mind and squints her own eyes instead before responding with a forceful kiss of her own. She's been having her tofu eaten enough times by this pervert already, so it's time for some payback. As the guests from the various factions and powers slowly trickled in throughout the day, the mood in the air had also gradually grown in kind. It's a festival rather than a simple celebration now. Due to this reasoning, the amount of patrols around the street had also been heightened. Now one could easily locate the extra manpower roaming around the place if they simply spent a minute searching. Later that night inside the banquet hall, June Tianyu remained seated next to her husband during the dinner, that fantastic face filled with cheers and happiness. Dear guests, I'm so happy all of you could make it today to celebrate my birthday. As you all most likely know by now, our family has recently discovered my son has had a child years ago during his last outing. The rowdiness in the banquet hall had instantly been snuffed out, their ears pricked up to listen closely to what this madam had to say. They may have known about Yun Feng recognizing his daughter back into the family, but due to the level of security and lack of information caused by the Misty Fairy House's secrecy, these guests today knew nothing about who the girl was. Today, I'm going to take advantage of my birthday banquet to have my granddaughter return to her ancestry. June Tianyu's gaze then turned towards Bai Yan and her son, that voice filled with gentle warmth. Looks were being exchanged among the crowd like they're having their own ideas. For one thing, marriage would definitely be a topic of discussion if it turns out the girl hasn't been married yet. Unfortunately for these people though. Exactly at this moment when the mood was at its highest, a loud smacking bang had knocked them off their feet. It's too sudden and too out of place for the situation. What do you two mean by that statement? Bai Chongfeng's fist was still planted into the table, that heavy dent showing how infuriated this grandpa was. I was kind enough to let you two recognize my precious granddaughter, but now you want her to enter your ancestry book. Dream on. My granddaughter must follow my last name of Bai. Bang! Chief Wu Wei also grew enraged. Slapping the table, the chief was all fire in that face. Bai Chongfeng, you are only a grandfather of the female side while my son is her father. Based on what can you make her follow your last name? If you want a grandchild to follow your surname, then go get your son Bai Zhongping to give you one. So what if I'm on the mother's side of the family? Don't forget, I'm the one who first found my granddaughter. Besides, if it wasn't for you bastards from the Misty Fairy House, would my daughter be missing still and without clue on her whereabout? I still haven't settled the score with you yet, now you're trying to steal my granddaughter? Do you take me for decorations or something? You, Chief Wu Wei points at his in-law accusingly, but at the thought of Bai Ning still being missing, he couldn't deny he's definitely at fault. Out of guilt, he grinds his teeth and mutters the only response he could come up with, "You are simply unreasonable." Compared with these two red-faced old fellas who are spazzing at each other without a care for the strange looks coming there, the group from the Holy Land were rather bland in their faces. In fact, they're just continuing their drinking and watching this show play out like this didn't matter to them one bit. Visitor from the Spirit Realm, too, it didn't matter anyways to these three elders from the Holy Land. Regardless of what surname Bai Yan takes on, she would always be their precious disciple and they her Shifu. Yener. Just when Jing Qi, first, and others were rejoicing in their own fortune, a boisterous laugh from the sides suddenly destroys their moment. It was Elder Zhongnan and his younger brother from the Misty Fairy House, and their eyes were without good intent. Of course, the negative intention was only in the eyes of the three and not in reality. Since the chief is your grandfather, why don't you just stay at the Misty Fairy House for good, Yener? Us two brothers only have you as our disciple, we can't bear to see you leave. Wah! Chiu Shu Rongs, Third, old face went from white to green, then green to white. He's never been very good at controlling his own temper, so he literally flipped the table instead of just slamming it. What is the Misty Fairy House's meaning? We are already kind enough to come attend this celebration and now you're all trying to abduct our disciple? The third elder was full of anger when staring death daggers at Jongnan and his younger brother. Renyi, second, as well. Making a heavy huffing grunt, this usually calm second elder also stood up to make a stand. You think she's not our only disciple? Also, first come first serve. We are her shifis first, so you two old farts from the Misty Fairy House can stand to one side and wait. That's right. Zheng Qi, first, was more inclined to fighting instead of just talking, that's why his knuckles are making crunching sounds at the moment. Yan Yan is my disciple, even if she does stay at somewhere then it's going to be at the Holy Land. What makes you all think the Misty Fairy House is anywhere good enough to accommodate her? I don't mind telling you all now, the Holy Island is hers already. Or does anyone here can say they got a better place than the Holy Island? The guests were absolutely gobsmacked by this mess that's quickly spiraling out of control. The banquet was going so well at first, how did these old men from the three powers end up fighting it up? And Yunfeng's daughter is also Bai Yan. This. Exactly at the same second, everyone's expression had gone stiff as a rock. The main reason being that they now realize the extent of what this all means. The woman was not only the disciple of these three main elders from the Holy Land, but also the granddaughter of the medicine sect. Now she's also the Misty Fairy House's young miss, Yunfeng's daughter. That literally makes the three major powers her background. Who else out there could match this powerful backup? Bai Yan on the other hand wasn't so pleased. Not going to have any of this, her face goes dark as she contracted her fingers into a trembling fist. Unfortunately, the worshipping husband beside her was still acting all nonchalant and kept feeding her pastries on the table. Di Tsang clearly didn't think much of the quarreling old men in front of himself, and that just made the situation even worse. Enough. Finally losing it, Bai Yan slams the table and gets up, causing the entire hall to go silent in its entirety. Still showing veins on her forehead, today is my grandmother's birthday. If you men want to fight, then do it tomorrow. Go outside if you all want to continue making noise. Sure enough, the woman's word held the weight that it should. They stopped and stepped back in unison like good old adult children like they were. Yenner, I have discussed this with your grandmother before and wanted to take advantage of this banquet to bring you back into the ancestry books. Chief Wu Wei meekly speaks up. This grandpa knew he's the one with the weakest leg to stand on, so he could only make a case by pleading. Returning to the ancestry book is fine. Granddaughter. Bai Chong Feng grew urgent after hearing that and immediately moved over to tug at the girl's sleeve. It's just. Bai Yan's gaze turns to the two grandfathers respectively. I am used to using the surname Bai already, and I'm sure my son is also used to it. So, we will not be changing it.